Meeting will come to order. Welcome to beautiful Grand Junction. I'm glad to see the smoke is cleared just a bit today. Today is July 17th, 2025, and we're here for our July Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. I would like to welcome the junior ROTC from Central High School that's going to lead us in presentation of the colors. If everyone will please rise.
Color guard. Halt. Left. Face. Present. Colors.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Colors. Right. Face. Forward. March.
Thank you. I think our future's in great hands. So I'd like to follow with the roll call. Diana?
Beaulieu.
Here.
Emmerich. Here. So sorry. Can we just do those again just so that the mics pick up the sound? I'm going to start over. Beaulieu.
Here.
Emmerich.
Here.
Jacober.
Here.
May.
Present.
Murphy.
Here.
Otero.
Here.
Robinson.
Here.
Silva Blaney.
Here.
Touchton.
Here.
Vardy.
Present.
Chair reading.
Present.
All present.
Thank you. We're moving on to agenda item number 2, approval of the minutes from the hybrid meeting and the in June and the special meeting we had on July 7th. Do we have any amendments or changes to the minutes? If there are none, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Commissioner Robinson, so moves.
So moved.
Oh, sorry. So move for the June or the July?
I would move to approve both sets of minutes.
I have a motion. I have a second by Commissioner Touchton. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? They pass unanimously. Do I have any corrections to the agenda or removal from the consent agenda topics? I will note that we do have one correction that we need to make on agenda item 12. Number 2 and number 3 have been settled and will no longer come before this commission. Are there any other commissioners like to make any changes to the consent or regular agenda? Okay, moving right along. Agenda item number 4, commissioner questions and comments. I'd like to start by again welcoming our new commissioners, John Emmerich and Fran Silva Blaney, And I'd like to have them go first and introduce themselves to the public and to the rest of the commission. So, John, would you want to go first? Push your button.
Okay. Thank you very much. As a new commissioner, I'd like to make a couple of comments. I'm an ecologist and a stream biologist. I got my Bachelor of Science degree in fisheries biology from the University of Washington in Seattle, and my master's and PhD degrees in ecology at the University of Colorado. I worked for a career at Colorado School of Mines, where I was one of the first two faculty members who started the Department of Environmental Science and Engineering. After retiring from the School of Mines, I worked for several years assessing plant and animal communities in state and federal lands in Colorado with the Colorado Natural Heritage Program. I have managed to write a couple of books about our ecology. I have led numerous field trips for Rocky Mountain Conservancy, the Aspen Center for Environmental Studies, and other environmental organizations. And I have camped and hiked in a number of our state parks, just so you know. Needless to say, I've walked across a lot of land in Colorado. I have certainly come to appreciate its beauty, its complexity, its importance, and for some areas, the urgent need for conservation and restoration. I also appreciate the role of our wildlife, as well as livestock, in the shaping of our natural ecosystems. As a commissioner, I hope to use my knowledge of science to encourage management decisions and policies that not only ensure the health of our game and non-game wildlife species, but promote the conservation and improvement of the ecosystems on which they depend. It is truly an honor for me to be offered this opportunity, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Emmerich. And again, welcome. On behalf of the commission, we welcome you and we look forward to serving with you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silva Blaney.
Hi, my name is Fran Silva Blaney. I live in Colorado Springs. I'm a longtime resident of Colorado. I didn't grow up here. I grew up in a rural community in Sylmar. My family had a small farm, and we raised goats and sheep and chickens and rabbits. My dad was a chemistry professor, and my mom, she started her own organic produce business. And to me, those are sort of very formative descriptors of myself, because my entrepreneurial spirit definitely comes from my mom. And that leads me into why I'm here, which is I'm here to represent, in part, the outfitter industry in Colorado. My daughter and I, we were longtime fishing guides. We actually went to guide school together, and we'd been formulating this idea for many years to start an outfitter business. And this is, I'm not going to cry, but in 2022, we really started to dig into this, and my mom, unfortunately, was diagnosed with cancer. So we had a slow start, and then she ended up passing away at the end of 2023, but she was definitely the impetus and the inspiration for us really getting our business going. We got our outfitter license in 2024 in February, and we've been going strong since then, just building our clientele and figuring out the landscape. We, as a new outfitter, we don't have access to a lot of public water because there are moratoriums and caps on Forest Service, BLM, and on land that's managed by CPW. So we rely heavily on our partnerships and our relationships with private landowners. And that's how we've been able to conduct our guiding business. We do have a little bit of public water, but mostly it's through our private relationships with landowners. Our work is year-round. When we're not guiding, we're preparing for industry fly fishing shows where we both tie flies, and that's sort of our winter activity. So when we're not guiding, we're fiercely tying flies and doing what we can for the upcoming season. How did I get here? Well, I have a degree in public administration, and I got my degree later in life, so yay for ruining the bell curve in the class. I've always had this interest in public policy and in systems and institutions and what makes things work. I was a legislative liaison for the PTA when my kids were in school. More recently, in 2019, I helped pass the first PFAS legislation in Colorado. That's the perfluoroalkyl substances that have contaminated a lot of our waterways. And the impetus for that was we have an aquifer just south of Colorado Springs, the Widefield Aquifer, that has been contaminated, and it contaminated all of the drinking water downstream. So I helped get that legislation passed. So the policy landscape it's not new to me, it's not unfamiliar. I am currently a Colorado River Watch volunteer, and I've done that for years. I volunteer for the Great Old Broads for Wilderness. I have a local group in we're the Wild Watershed Broads. We work on issues surrounding Fountain Creek. I have helped out with the Becoming an Outdoor Woman, teaching people how to fly fish. They run that through the Colorado Wildlife Council. Apart from, I belong to the Colorado Women Fly Fisher Group. Apart from that, I am not a member of any other conservation organization. However, I do consider myself a conservationist. I honestly, I don't know an outfitter, I don't know a rancher, a farmer. I really don't know many people who make their living in the outdoors who aren't some form of a conservationist. We may call ourselves different things, but we all care about the land. We all understand that healthy ecosystems are part of our livelihoods. I'm very excited to be here. I would like to say that I am looking forward to working with all of you. I am looking forward to learning from all of you and to getting to know all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Silva Blaney. Again, welcome on behalf of the entire commission, and we all look forward to working with you as well. I think it'll be a productive commission. Again, we have a great diversity of people, as former Chair May likes to say, and we represent a vast diversity of interests, including now fishers, which is great. So with that, I'll open it up to other commissioners who might want to have some time to make some comments since our last commission meeting. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Chair Reading. First of all, I want to welcome you to the chair, Commissioner Touchton to the vice chair. I appreciate your willingness to do that. We'll continue to do the good work that we've started. And I'd like to welcome our two new commissioners to help us and join us on this commission. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair May. Commissioner May. That's going to take a while for me to get used to that. Commissioner Beaulieu.
That's going to take a while because thank you, Chair Reading. So thank you, everyone, for joining us here and those who have made this meeting possible, and welcome to our new commissioners. I look forward to getting to know each of you and maybe having lunch together today. So just a couple things. Something that I'm excited about and I want to engage the public on is CPW's development of a beaver conservation and management strategy. This is timely as we are in a time of worsening climate change and biodiversity loss, and beavers offer this natural solution to restoration. They build resilient landscapes, slowing floods, reducing the impacts of wildfires, and increasing water storage. And I know we as a commission are passionate about this issue. So I wanted the public to know, CPW is gathering input from stakeholders to inform a strategy for beaver conservation and management. That public scoping period will open from July 30th and it runs through August 31st of this year. And then public input on the draft conservation and management strategy will be open in fall of this year. So please add your comments, your input to this important initiative, and you can check out more about this online. It's on CPW's website. And that's something I'm excited about. Something I'm not excited about is the recent news confirming bats infected with white nose syndrome in Rocky Mountain National Park. I voiced this as an issue that I'm passionate about on this commission, and we heard from experts at CPW talk about the work that they're doing, and so I wanted to take this time to just acknowledge the work that CPW does to protect bats and reemphasize my interest in supporting those efforts. Anything I can do as a commissioner to help with that, given this recent development and the continuing struggles bats are facing here in the state, I'd love to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaulieu. I'd like to make a quick announcement, or Diana would like to make a quick announcement about where you're parked.
If you're parked in the Junction parking lot, it's an apartment complex that's behind the building here. We can't park there. We have to park in the Convention Center parking lot, which is here on the south side of the building where we're facing right now. So if you are parked there, I would suggest taking this time to move your vehicle because they will pass tickets out for that. Thank you.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thanks, Chair Reading, and welcome to both our new commissioners. I apologize. I think I walked past both of you, and I did not recognize you yet. So welcome to the commission. I look forward to getting to know you both and not walk by you in the hallway without saying hello. So since our last meeting, I think the most meaningful thing that I've done was I went to our badge pinning ceremony for new wildlife officers and park rangers. And all commissioners are welcome to come to those ceremonies. I find it particularly meaningful. There was about 21 candidates, 3 or 4, I can't remember exactly, who were the offspring of existing officers, and so that we have an incredible esprit de corps of children who want to follow in their parents' footsteps, and that's something I think CPW can be very proud of. What's unique about the ceremony is each new officer selects the person who will put their badge on them for the first time, and so it's an insight into who are the motivational or inspirational figures in their life. So it's pretty cool, and it's also really refreshing because there's so many exciting and talented young people who want to go into public service. And I know our Director Davis speaks often about the trials and tribulations of public service, and it's great to see that people are willing to and actually compete hard to get the opportunity to do that. So in the future, it comes around once a year, but I encourage all of you to go if you get the opportunity. The only other thing I have is I will be having one of the commissioner listing sessions, I guess we're calling them, or office hours on Friday evening after our commission meeting concludes at 6 to 8 p.m. in the Hunter Education Building here at our CPW office. Details should be on the website. If anyone wants to come and make comments or discuss things, that's what they're for, and I'll be available then.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Robinson.
All right. Thank you, Chair Reading. It's a pleasure to be here again with everyone. Welcome to our new commissioners. Excited to serve with you. I wanted to just highlight a couple things. Number one, I mentioned this the last commission meeting, and I am sad that I'm going to have to mention it again. But in the last couple weeks, we've had another death at Chatfield, and I think there's been a couple other incidents across the state with folks not wearing life vests. And I mentioned that because this is a really easy fix for folks to be safe on our waters as you recreate. And so I think I want to just bring attention to it because as we're on paddle boards and we're in canoes and kayaks, it's really, really important, even if you don't think that the water is going to do anything or that the wind is calm, that we wear our life vests and that our little kids wear life vests because as you all may have heard, the father that died in front of his 2 kids, a very quick wind came in and knocked him off of his paddleboard, and he lost his life. And that was right across the street from my house. And so it's really, really important that we listen to the regulations and wear those life vests and deploy what everyone in the CPW staff has asked us to do, which is protect ourselves. So I wanted to just put that out there and make sure we mention that again. Secondly, I wanted to thank the staff across the state, our wildlife managers and our park rangers who have been deployed across the state in handling all of our wildfires. One thing that we don't realize is the role and the efforts that CPW plays in to help all the local jurisdictions in dealing with wildfires. And I got to see it up close and personal near my home where a wildfire started to happen less than half a mile away, and saw our CPW staff assisting the local folks. And so I just wanted to say thank you and just remind everyone that it is wildfire season, and to be judicious and very prejudicial about how you start fires and where you start fires because those things can spread very quickly. The next thing I wanted to say is that I do plan on still having our hunter angler happy hour, I call it, in Colorado Springs in August. I was planning on having it in July, but because of the other commission meeting that we decided to have, I did postpone that to August. So please check the website. I don't have a date, mainly because I've fallen through on a couple of sites to have it at in Colorado Springs, but I'm dedicated to having that in August still. And please check the website. We will post it, and then we'll get the word out post haste. And we will try and have staff there for those folks who want to talk about the draw, because I know that's still a topic that everyone wants to be able to ask questions about. So with that, Chair Reading, I appreciate the commission and all the things that we've been able to talk about lately, and all the people that have reached out to us, sending all the emails. It's, believe it or not, we do read them, and they're very helpful. At least most of them are very helpful. And so thank you to the public who reaches out.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Do we have anyone else? I know Eden Vardy is online. I don't know if you wanted to say something. I don't know how to see. Okay.
Nothing. Thank you, Chair Reading.
Okay, if not, I have a few comments. I'll move on to agenda item number 5, comments from the chair. And I've included a slide today of some of our newest charges here at CPW, invertebrates. I know I usually show birds and mammals, but I figured, given my day job is Vice President of Science and Conservation at Butterfly Pavilion, it'd be good to show you some of the other wildlife that we now take care of. And these are largely pollinators that are crucially important to all of us here. These are the foundational species that also call Colorado home and make this planet habitable for the other species that we often admire more fondly than we do invertebrates, as well as for people themselves. So I took most of these images right there at Butterfly Pavilion, right in Westminster. So you can find invertebrates, wildlife in your own backyard. And indeed, CPW is embracing its new and expanded role with invertebrates and has a new team devoted to invertebrates and rare plants. And that's just another thing that makes me proud of CPW. Those staffers work closely with the Colorado Natural Areas Program. And I've indeed been fortunate enough to be part of the Natural Areas Council for the past few years. And I spent some time since our last meeting attending a meeting of that group and doing some planning for the upcoming year. Sadly, I feel a need to step away from that role given the demands of chair. So later in this meeting tomorrow, we'll be selecting a new representative to the Colorado Natural Areas Council to do that. I also want to thank Alan and the rest of the team who showed us around this morning. We had a tour of Highlands Lake State Park, which was an amazing tour, incredibly educational, and I strongly urge all the commissioners to attend these field trips. They provide a tremendous amount of information, and the staff goes to great lengths to prepare them for us. So hopefully we'll see all of you at the future ones. Moving on to some of the business of the commission, my new capacity as chair, I made a few changes to our public comment process. I'd like to share those today. I'm going to read for this. During the Durango meeting, again in June, we talked about about the value of public comment, and we also recognized the need to reform the commission's procedures to make the meetings more productive. We spent sometimes 5 hours with public comments, and we've done that. We've provided alternative ways in our office hours, we're calling them, or our open meetings. I had one yesterday. It wasn't greatly attended, and I encourage people, the public, to attend more of them. And it gives you the opportunity to spend a lot of time, more than the couple minutes allotted here in front of this body, to let your feelings and opinions be known to the commissioners. I think it's invaluable for us to get that information. So first, I want to say that we're going to continue to hold general public comments at the end of day 2 instead of both days, and public comments will last 90 minutes. So this means when we reach 90 minutes, I will conclude that agenda item. I strongly encourage any member of the public who signed up to speak but did not have the opportunity to address the commission to share written comments, which every commissioner hopefully reads. I know I do. I read them all. I spend a lot of time with those comments, and it gives you the opportunity to go in much greater detail and depth and really provide information that we find incredibly useful. As I mentioned, each commissioner office also holds office hours at least twice a year, and so I encourage you to attend. Second, we're going to continue the change implemented in June, where we begin general public comments with in-person comments first, and that's to give people in the area a chance to voice their opinions. And then we're going to transition to virtual comments. Members of the public who attend in person and want to speak during the general public comment must sign up at the table in the back of the room. Please, I'm asking you to sign up in advance so we can allocate the time accordingly. So the amount of time, of course, that each speaker has will be determined by me as chair, and it depends on how many people we have signed up to speak. The minimum allotted amount of time will be 1 minute. Elected officials will be given 3 minutes. Importantly, to ensure we stay on time with our agenda, ensure we do not favor one person or group of people, I'm going to strongly discourage commissioners from asking questions of public commenters. That gives some people a bully pulpit. In addition to the general public comment, the commission will continue to accept agenda-specific comments on such things as rulemaking and plan approvals. These procedures will allow us to meaningfully hear from the public and ensure the commission is able to conduct business in an efficient manner. As a reminder, the commission strongly encourages written comments. I assure you that I read them. Lastly, each commissioner is responsible for holding those 2 public meetings, and that provides yet another opportunity to engage with this body. As chair, there are several other important things I'd like to share with you and bring my perspective. Traveling across the state, philosophically, we like to hold meetings across the state to provide opportunities for local citizens to engage in the commission process. While it's important to continue to provide virtual options for members of the public who live outside the areas where the meetings are held, technological requirements often limit where we can go to provide these opportunities. Because of this, we're going to explore lowering the tech options for 1 or 2 meetings a year. This will enable us to go to smaller communities scattered throughout the state and get feedback from those community members. That'll help us reach a wider array of communities across the state. And then these site visits, as I mentioned, I think it's incredibly valuable to get firsthand knowledge and experience with the work that we're conducting. So I'm going to encourage the agency to continue to hold these site visits, and I'm going to really push on the commission members to attend. And then commission member attendance at meetings. Similarly, I think it's important to me that commissioners have the opportunity to engage with and get to know one another, the staff, and the community members. We usually have a community dinner between our first and second days of our meeting, and doing so in person is extremely valuable. I've encouraged staff to continue planning local community dinners and strongly encourage commissioners to attend these as well. I also encourage the EMT, the executive management team, to attend these dinners. And with that, I'll conclude my comments. And I'll move on to agenda item number 6 with comments from Executive Director Gibbs from the Department of Natural Resources. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Great to see everyone here, especially welcome the new commissioners. Commissioner
Silva Blaney and Commissioner Emmerich. Really look forward to working with you both, and just really excited to see you here today too. And love to look at our schedules. I'd love to go out fly fishing with you sometime too. That'd be really fun. Diana, thanks so much for setting up these meetings. I know that when we're on the road especially, there's a lot of moving parts, and you really found an awesome location here to be at the convention center right downtown, beautiful Grand Junction. Great to be here on the West Slope. I see a lot of friends in the audience here. For folks that are online, you can't tell, but there's great leaders from around the state and the conservation world here too. And we also have State Representative Larry Don Sukla here. So thanks, Larry Don, for being here and for your long service. I know that when the legislative session ends, sometimes the work never ends, and it really continues, and there's a lot of moving parts and the town hall meetings and so forth. So just a big thank you for your service. Yeah, earlier today we had this wonderful tour of Highline State Park, and for folks that were able to make that was really great to get out there. And they've had some challenges with aquatic nuisance species actually having to drain that lake twice, but really great to see all the amazing improvements and expansion that's really in the works there. And I want to give a special shout out to the park manager, Alan Martinez, who's, I think, is the date I'm looking around. Was it September, I believe, he's officially retiring? So a big thank you to him and his long service for Parks and Wildlife, and really great to catch up with him. And then also, over the last few days, being the DNR director, as you could probably imagine, I'm zigzagging the state a lot. So Monday I was down in Denver, but the last couple of days I was in Salida for Water Conservation Board, and was also able to connect with some amazing parks and wildlife folks there. Just thinking about leadership roles that parks and wildlife folks have in communities. A lot of times when you have these meetings that move around the state, sometimes you have county commissioners or state reps or some folks that kind of welcome you to their communities. When we were in Salida, we had Tom Waters welcome us. He is the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area, more or less state park manager for that area. So it was great to hear from him and all the good work that they are doing to manage really the busiest kind of recreational river section in the United States, is that Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area. Let's see. Thank you, Commissioner Murphy Robinson, for mentioning the wildfires. When you head into the West Slope, even when you're on the Front Range, it's something you notice very quickly. In the state of Colorado, I was looking at InsaWeb right before this meeting. I believe we have 7 active fires throughout the state. Most of them are here on the Western Slope. I know that, this is always something that the state of Colorado looks at very closely, and the governor has issued numerous disaster declarations, which helps bring in a lot of extra support. I do know that Parks and Wildlife staff, I'm confident that folks, if they're not out there now, they will be, and they'll be ready to help in any way possible. So just really appreciate all the first responders in Colorado. When I checked in the hotel room late last night, there were folks also checking in there from all over the country. I met actually someone that was on a hotshot crew from the state of Ohio that came out. So I'm just really grateful for those folks in emergency services that not only in Colorado, but all over the state of Colorado that are helping us right now. Many of you know I've been a certified firefighter for 18 years, and this is something really near and dear to my heart, and it's scary to say the least when communities are so impacted. But you look at when people are displaced from their homes and the impacts to our watersheds, impacts to wildlife, the list goes on and on. So let's really pray for rain, and let's get these wildfires under control. I have a few other updates here. I want to give you an update on some staffing changes within the Executive Director's Office and the DNR. I'm really excited to announce that Aaron Ray was selected to serve as the DNR's Policy Director. Some of you have worked with Aaron in the past. He previously was the Assistant Director for Energy Innovation, and we're really excited to have him in this new role. Aaron is filling the vacancy left by Kelly Romero Heaney. Some of you may have worked with her, and she is from Steamboat, and she accepted a new position. She actually started just a few days ago as the assistant town manager for the city of Steamboat. So instead of commuting, trying to think how many hours from Steamboat to Denver, her commute is now like 4 blocks. So I'm happy for her, but we're sad to see her leave the DNR family. A few legislative updates for me. Some of you may remember the legislature this past year passed Senate Bill 25-199 that was suspending interim activities. Really, it was a budget saving mechanism. So this applied to quite a few different interim committees, including some of the committees that we were really following closely, like the American Indian Affairs Study Committee. We tracked, some bills from last year. But it does not apply to two committees that the DNR really tracks closely, and that's the Water Resources and Agriculture Review Committee. So that's still going on, as well as the Wildfire Matters Review Committee. And so we're following those very closely. And thinking of the Water Resources and Agriculture Committee, on June 30th, Parks and Wildlife and Department of Agriculture were invited to provide an update on the wolf activities throughout the state. Questions on budget and you name it, communication, non-lethal, lethal, conflict minimization, a whole gamut of questions that popped up. And I really want to thank Director Davis and Assistant Director Reed DeWalt for participating in that panel. So I really appreciate that. The interim committees have the opportunity to request up to 3 bills to advance for consideration for the next legislative session. So we'll definitely keep you all updated, just like we always do, on what bills pop up. Also, just thinking of the Capitol, I want to make sure you had heard the news of a recent leadership change. The Senate Minority Leader, Lundeen, stepped down to accept a position in the private sector. And the Senate Minority Caucus elected Senator Cleve Simpson from Alamosa to take on this leadership position. Senator Simpson is a great friend of the Department of Natural Resources. He's a great leader on water and outdoor recreation and other important natural resources issues. So we look forward to working with Senator Simpson in this new role. And then also I get a lot of questions on kind of legislative and budget, priorities for the Department of Natural Resources. And I just want to let you all know that we are in the early stages of developing budget and legislative items, just so everyone's aware. It really starts with the divisions first, where there'll be a request of saying, hey, this is a budget concept that we think we should tackle, whether it's a water issue or wildlife or oil and gas or whatever it may be, or for that fact, like a budget issue too, dealing with the different divisions. And then it goes to my department. We really take a hard look at it and see, if it's needed or not and so forth. And we work with the governor's office to get their input as well. And so we're just in that process right now. So again, I'll keep you all updated as that process moves forward. We're in the we're following everything that's really also happening at the federal level. There is a revised NEPA procedures final rule that's being discussed that really impacts several federal agencies, including the Department of Interior and USDA. We are looking at that very closely, in particular on the expanding use of categorical exclusions. But where we're really following is there's been really limited to no guidance on federal agencies on how they work with cooperating agencies moving forward. And the DNR, we are cooperating agency status for most things at the federal level. So we're looking at that very closely. We're also closely assessing the text of the reconciliation bill that was passed July 4th, seeing how that potentially impacts us. I was in particular very happy to see the provision to sell off public lands removed. There was a huge public outcry on that, whether folks are Republican, Democrat, Green Party, Libertarian, whatever. A lot of people had big concerns with that, so I was happy to see that removed. And now as reconciliation's over, we're seeing Congress shift to focus on the appropriations for fiscal year 26. And so there's a draft bill and markups this week and so forth. They need to pass something by October 1st is the deadline to fund Congress. So we are hopeful that they can pass something to keep government open. Last week, shifting gears, State Land Board, we met up in Fort Collins. And we have 2 new commissioners for State Land Board, Jim Pribble, who previously served as a CPW commissioner. So he is brand new, and we also had Mark Harvey, who was appointed as an agriculture seat. We also welcome the new executive director for State Land Board, Nicole Rose Marino, and that meeting went really well. And we also had an early morning breakfast with commissioners in the surrounding area of Larimer County, Weld, and Arapahoe. So it was really great to catch up with those county commissioners and hear what was going on. Switching gears to energy. The Energy and Carbon Management Commission continues to be responsive of the Bishop well control incident. This on June 26, ECMC issued a notice of alleged violation to Noble Energy, and so they're looking at potential 6 violations within the ECMC rules as it pertained to that oil and gas incident that occurred at the Bishop well. Water, there's so much going on with water right now, but I'll try to be really short. We're close monitoring the situation of aquatic nuisance species found on the Colorado River, and we're really learning a lot about it, and we're really here to support Parks and Wildlife as we navigate where we can understand where these mussels are coming from. Also, we're having a big meeting in September with Water Conservation Board. It'll be a meeting on whether or not the board will accept the Shoshone water right into the state's in-stream flow program. Folks on the West Slope, I'm sure, are very acutely aware of this, and this is a big topic that we've been discussing for quite a long time at Water Conservation Board, but it'll actually come to a vote at the September meeting. And then last but not least, I'm excited to report that the Great Outdoors Colorado Board recently approved a $50,000 grant for Parks and Wildlife to conduct a statewide community engagement and outreach on state park matters with the greater American Indian and indigenous communities located throughout Colorado. So there will be a series of listening sessions throughout the state, and those will get kicked off here shortly. So with that, sometimes for these meetings, I'm traveling all over the state and stuff, but I'm planning on being here all day tomorrow and tomorrow as well. So look forward to catching up with you all, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Executive Director Gibbs. Are there any questions for Executive Director Gibbs? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is an update from Colorado Department of Agriculture, and we have Wildlife Program Manager Wayne East with us today to give us an update. Go ahead, Wayne.
Thank you, Chairman Reading. Commissioner Greenberg is unable to attend today, and so she asked if I'd give the update for her. For the new commissioners, the head of our agency is known as the Commissioner of Agriculture. It can be a little confusing because we too have a commission it's got full of members just like you have here at the CPW Commission. But that's the title of the head of our agency as Commissioner of Agriculture. As Chairman Reading said, I'm the Ag Wildlife Programs Manager for the agency. I oversee 4 statewide programs, and I'm also the liaison to this agency. Starting off on a somber note, we recently lost a former Commissioner of Agriculture, John Stolp. He was down from the Lamar area. I'm sure Commissioner May knew him very well down in that area. He's a great human being, very active in the community, very active statewide on multiple boards and commissions. He's going to be sorely missed. For those of you that knew him, his services are going to be August 2nd at 10:30 a.m. in Lamar. Moving on to a more positive note, last few days we've been busy over here in this part of the country. Commissioner Greenberg and the team, including our Ag Commission, were in Rifle and DeBeck for our bi-monthly Ag Commission meeting. The day before the Ag Commission meeting, we did a ranch visit, and we were able to see some of their ag production there, as well as some of the fire. And unfortunately, they had two 500-year events right after they had bad fires back in 2020, and so they had really, really bad flooding damage there. That night we held a public forum, and many thanks to Regional Manager Travis Black for joining us at the forum, and Commissioner Perry Will for joining us at dinner, among the many community members and producers that showed up. Commissioner Greenberg and State Veterinarian Dr. Baldwin are going to be back over on the West Slope next week, visiting the Roaring Fork Valley, and looking forward to meeting with the producers there. Like everyone, CDA has been navigating the shifting federal landscape from canceled grants to the recent reconciliation bill. And I'm sure Commissioner Greenberg will have more updates on this at our August meeting in Pueblo. She will be attending that one in person. And speaking of that, the State Fair starts August 22nd in Pueblo, the second day of this commission meeting. Commission members, you should have received an email from CDA highlighting the great events to attend, and thank you, Diana, for forwarding that. And we'll send out more emails, and hopefully you all got an invite to a pass from Commissioner Greenberg to attend. But we'll be sending out more emails, but the 22nd will be a great day. It starts at 11 with the Centennial Farm and Ranch event, including the Ag Legacy Award, where this year we will be recognizing Ben Rainbolt, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union CEO, for his lifelong dedication to agriculture. At 3:30 that afternoon, Commissioner Greenberg will host the Commissioners' Graze in Chute 9. And then at 5:30 that evening is a legislative barbecue, which is hosted and organized by the Pueblo Chamber of Commerce. Tuesday, August 26th, is the Junior Livestock Auction and the Governor's Plate Food Truck Competition, which is another great day to be at the fair. We're proud that our fellow CDA staff member, Robert Sakata, is also being recognized this year with the Diane Hoppy Leadership Award by Water Education Colorado. This will be highlighting his lifelong dedication to water and agriculture. And for my last update, I want to mention that our staff, the non-lethal conflict mitigation team, as well as CPW staff across the state have been really putting in a lot of time supporting producers however they can, range riding, night watch, showing up day or night, talking to hundreds of producers across the counties in wolf country. And I wanted to give a shout out to the team there. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I conclude my update.
Thank you, Wayne. Commissioner Robinson.
I just wanted to say, Wayne, congratulations to Robert Sakata. As a young police officer in Brighton, I used to sit on the back of his truck with him and have lots and lots of tea. And he'd tell me about the history of Brighton and all the things. So I just want to say thanks to him, because he is the epitome of what we think about when we think about the essence of culture that agriculture brings to our great state. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Robinson. I'll pass that on. And it was amazing we were able to bring him on. It was really kind of a shock to a lot of us, but he's been a heck of an addition to our staff at CDA.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 8, and comments from our director, Jeff Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start the meeting today by taking a moment to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work and dedication on the part of our agency staff. This commission, I think a lot of people forget that you're volunteers, and yet it's a lot of work to truly listen to everyone and bring those perspectives to the table. And this is obviously, I've never seen the amount of work at such a high level coming at a particular agency all at once. And this is a super busy time for Colorado Parks and Wildlife on a lot of front. As you all know, our staff work hard every day managing our incredible state parks, ensuring wildlife populations are healthy and thriving, supporting world-class outdoor recreation opportunities, and managing all the critical administrative and business functions that serve this entire agency as we serve our entire public. A great example of this was our tour of Highline State Park this morning. And I want to personally extend my deepest gratitude to Alan Martinez, the park manager at Highline, who's been there for 19 years of his 36-year career, and to his team that operates a true gem in our state park system. And when I say that, you've heard me say publicly that our state parks are a piece of ground where our entire mission plays out. And Highline is a good example of that, right? And when I say that, lots of fishing opportunities there, tons of water sports, hunting, camping, mountain biking, including even dark sky opportunities, right? So it was pretty busy this morning, and I'm told that it's pretty booked from March, I think, through October. Every weekend the campground is full, and Alan and his team do an amazing job with lots of support from Deputy Regional Manager Jacob Bray and Regional Manager Travis Black. So just deep appreciation to all of you for managing that opportunity that seems to kind of be out in the middle of nowhere, but everyone knows where it is, and it's a super important state park to a whole lot of folks. We also talked a lot about the abundant wildlife on that state park and the efforts to further enhance wildlife habitats as we do a park expansion out there, which is projected to double the opportunities for camping and outdoor recreation at the park in the future. So I also mentioned 36-year career. Alan, we will miss you, and I just want to thank you for your 36-year service to the state of Colorado and all the public that you've served and done us proud. So best wishes. Alan did mention that he might be reserving hunting blind 4 days after his retirement, so he will get to participate in recreational activities instead of having to be on the job when those are playing out. The commission, everyone knows this, maybe not the two new members, but I want to welcome the two new members to the commission. Looking forward to getting to know you better and working with you as we go forward. Our jobs at CPW really are to help you, support you to be successful, both as individuals but also as a body. So please don't hesitate to reach out to us where we can help. And this body has convened 6 times so far this year, including twice this month alone. We know you're holding the separate meetings with your own constituents. You're pouring through hundreds of pages of emails, answering phone calls from the public. You're reading our very detailed regulatory documents and a wide variety of materials and listening to hours of public comment. You're doing this to ensure that you have the information and perspectives you need to understand in order to make informed, critical decisions for the state of Colorado and all of its residents. The commission's also experiencing change. So as we said, a grateful goodbye last month to Commissioners Bailey and Haskett, and we recently welcomed our 2 new commissioners. Last month, we also thanked former Chair May for his service as chair of the commission, and now look forward to working with our current chair, Reading, in supporting him, supporting this commission. That's a lot of change and a lot of hard work. There's so much change that is driving huge workloads for all of us. And many of these changes, as we know, are charged issues, which continue to increase emotions and fracture relationships with each other and between CPW and the members of the public that we serve. It is my greatest hope that we can take a collective breath, see the good in each other, find common ground, and begin to heal these fractures where possible and focus on continuing to get the good work done in a manner that keeps everyone at the table working together. While CPW has the public trust management responsibility and thus must help play our role in healing and moving us forward, it's my hope that leaders at all levels and within all groups can help us with this healing and the good work that is possible moving forward. As we all know, the challenges are becoming more complex and numerous, and we have a great deal of work to do to rise to these challenges. What I do know about Colorado is that is the way we do it. We come together even when it's hard, and we rise to the challenge and get the work done. And we doing this together, I think it's important to do it in a respectful manner, because I think that's the only chance we have for collective success. I think it's important to acknowledge our current state and the collective efforts, and want to extend a heartfelt thanks to all of you in the crowd, all of you in the public, to all of our staff that works their backsides off every day, even though it might be even more challenging than the day before. To this commission of volunteers who do a phenomenal job sorting through a lot of information. None of it is ever consensus based. It's usually coming at you from very different ends of the spectrum. And that can be a hard job to do as volunteers. And again, I want to thank the public that we serve. Again, I hope we can go back to seeing the best in each other and really rolling up our sleeves and figuring this difficult stuff out together. I look forward to continuing to work together. And I think we all know our common ground is CPW and its mission, because that supports the health and well-being of all current and future Coloradans and our visitors. So it's really important work for all of us. And it's all of ours to do together. So thanks for indulging me in just listening to random thoughts by a lifelong public servant. If it's okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to just give a few quick focused highlights. Zebra mussels is never my favorite thing to talk about. But we are doing a lot of really important work, and CPW's aquatic nuisance species team is one of the best in the country, and they continue to work to identify the Colorado zebra mussel source and make sure that we stay on top of that so it doesn't spread to other places. The increased sampling that we've been doing led to additional positive sample results in the Colorado River and the discovery of an infested private body of water in western Eagle County. Each discovery obviously is a significant step forward in identifying the potential source and advancing our efforts for eradication. It would not have been possible without the commitment to protect Colorado's bodies of water by our aquatic nuisance species staff. This is why it is so important. And thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for the life jacket warning. You allowed me to mark that one off my list. But this is also an important one for folks that are into the water sports. The clean, drain, dry is so critically important to prevent the spread to other water bodies in the state of Colorado. We've been mentioning the fact that we have been updating our state wildlife action plan, and when I say ours, that's ours. That's not just CPW's, that's the state of Colorado state wildlife action plan. So after a robust 18-month planning process, the draft state wildlife action plan is available for public comment through August 8th on the Engage CPW website. So folks, even if you don't want to comment, I think it's really important to take a look at what we have in that plan and any sort of opportunities that you see of helping us improve the plan and improve our actions identified in the plan. These plans typically focus on species of greatest conservation need and their habitats, and we will incorporate the comments before we submit the draft to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service this September. These plans are required every 10 years to keep the state eligible for state and tribal wildlife grants. That's where we get resources from the federal government to do even more actions and work from that state wildlife action plans. And it's a huge support to our partners as well. This one will be the first digital state wildlife action plan, and we're excited to replace an 850-page document, which I'm sure everyone has read at least 4 times, with a dashboard, a data hub, and forthcoming interactive maps. The 2025 plan also includes climate change vulnerability assessments for plants and vertebrate species of greatest conservation need. And we are planning to present the State Wildlife Action Plan to the Commission at the August meeting in Pueblo. And this is just the beginning as we move from planning to implementation in a decade of collective actions for the species of most need in conservation. Finally, beaver management strategy. As we mentioned in previous meetings, we are developing a beaver conservation and management strategy with a target completion date of February 2026. We're planning for formal stakeholder engagement to be conducted from July 30th through August 31st. The Engage CPW page has been created for the strategy, and the public comment form will be posted on July 30th. We have also sent out over 300 invitations to diverse stakeholders for virtual meetings during this time frame, and there will be a 12 sector-based focus group meetings, including sports people, scheduled for August 5th. All of the regional sports person representatives have been invited, and we're planning to post a complete draft plan for public comment from October to December. So as we can see on the agenda, our team will be presenting updates and information on a variety of topics today and tomorrow. So I'll conclude my comments for now and look forward to a productive meeting. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Director Davis. Questions for the director? I see none. I just want to reiterate the importance of the swap and encourage people to provide comments. That is a crucially important document, and it's been upgraded markedly. So I encourage you to look at it. It's a great plan, a great draft anyway, and it can only get better with your comments. All right, moving along. Agenda item number 9, we're going to get a financial update with CFO Justin Ritter. Justin.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Directors. My name is Justin Rutter. I am the Assistant Director for Financial and Capital Services, and I bring for you today a financial update. This update's a little bit different. I don't know if anybody's noticed over the past few years, but I have never testified on wolf funding before. Lots of people have had comments about it, but I've stayed out of it because for us, it's really not the focus. It's more about getting the job accomplished, and we go through and set budgets to accomplish that. So a lot of text here, but I have a poor word choice at the beginning. I said reference to the wolf funding blue book, so the information that came along with the initiative that voters read before they voted. I said prepared in 2019. Really what I was thinking there is that the initiative was submitted in 2019, and we started analysis then. At the beginning of 2020, there was actually a separate bill, Senate Bill 2121, which was introduced that would have accomplished wolf introduction as well. That bill required a planning effort for releases in 25-26, so this year. So it would have been a slower process, and that fiscal note only identified about $256,000, I believe, of planning costs, with the note that management and future costs would be determined through the planning process. However, that was ultimately postponed indefinitely or failed within the legislature, and an initiative of 114 was voted on and approved by the voters in 2020. The fiscal note or financial information provided to Ledge Council staff to inform their blue book prepared by my staff and department staff identified around $800,000 of management costs. However, we had a similar disclaimer in our fiscal note, and it also shows up in the blue book. It's bolded there at the bottom, saying that the cost would ultimately depend on what the adopted plan says. So what happened during the planning process? it's kind of the what changed slide. So we ended up with extensive public outreach. I think everybody remembers the stakeholder advisory group and the technical working groups. Originally, within our fiscal analysis, we had expected a total of 8 meetings across the 2 years prior to getting into the process. I don't know if Director Davis or Assistant Deputy Director DeWalt attended more than 8 meetings. I know I attended more than 8 meetings, and I think there was dozens of meetings held ultimately. For compensation limits, the fiscal note mirrored our game damage program. So we were assuming that we would have about $5,000 limit per animal, per claim, and that we did not contemplate indirect losses. So that was a significant change from our original assumptions. The conflict management positions were added. So this is kind of the rapid response team that was talked about. It's the 10 conflict specialists. We had the entire fiscal note for the Blue Book. It was assuming 3 FTE and temporary staff costs. If I had told Legislative Council staff that when we had 25 wolves, I'd think I'd need 10 conflict management specialists, I don't think they would have believed me. It's not something that I foresaw. It's certainly something that was demanded by the public, that was evaluated by staff, and I think it's a necessary move. And also the range rider program that was started. So that's a $500,000 program to assist producers. Was not contemplated in the original fiscal note. And in fact, I might be wrong, and somebody can correct me later, but I was looking through the wolf plan last night, and I think we only mentioned it in passing as a possible conflict management tool, and it doesn't contemplate, the plan doesn't contemplate this action that was demanded and I think is needed. So the legislature also weighed in after the fact and made some changes to how we are going to fund the program. Originally, the Blue Book says that it will be funded with wildlife cash. One of the first things the legislature did was say not wildlife cash from sports persons' dollars, only from non-sports persons' dollars, and laid out a number of sources that they thought appropriate to fund the program. They also went through and added additional resources. So they added the Gray Wolf Depredation and Compensation Fund, which is funded by a transfer from the general fund. They added $1 million of general fund actually on the mic. So we didn't have a request in front of them. The Joint Budget Committee member just decided on the mic to ask staff to add $1 million the first year and then to increase it by another $1 million the second year. The Gray Wolf license plate was also created with annual revenues in excess of $500,000, and I haven't checked it lately, but I think it's continuing to grow, and that's an important source for the program. And then also Keep Colorado Wild and Lottery Waterfall dollars were provided to the Wildlife Cash Fund, which provide an important source of non-sports persons dollars in that fund that can help fund this plan. So this is a Sansky diagram. It's intended to show flows of money. So what you have is colorful bars on the left that correspond to different funding sources that flow into the kind of budget. And so you can kind of see the relative size of those sources going in, general fund being the predominant source there with a number of other ones scattered. And then kind of the use of those funds going out kind of and their size. So our largest cost is permanent personal services with operating and compensation being the other major sources. I see that I have included the little other box there at the bottom, and it's 0, and that's just to make sure that I was balancing the diagram. And finally, that did not show up well in projection. I apologize for that. This is the wolf expense report as of July 2nd. So this is the amount of money that we spent on through categories as of the day, July 2nd. It's kind of a weird day, but I think it's important to note that. So unfortunately, there's a number of different numbers floating out there about wolves, and that was based on a choice that I made early in the process. When we first started the program, we almost immediately started to get CORA requests for documents on expenditures on wolves. So from a technical standpoint, I could respond to people by saying that it's going to take me 20, 30, 100 hours to compile that because I'd have to go through and collect each expense document, PDF it, prepare in a packet. Instead of doing that, to be transparent, I produce a monthly report that is of that date. Does not correspond to a state period. So that means that if you pulled the same report the next day, the numbers would change slightly just as documents come in, as invoices come in. I did that to try to be transparent, but then we also have other reportings like our wolf report, which will come out later, and that will be reconciled to the state fiscal year. So this report will never match up exactly with the kind of official reporting. This is more of the ad hoc reporting. There's a line in here that is included in this document. It's called accounting adjustments. That shows up on because there was expenses that were recorded in the wrong spot. Staff identified that, entered a document to correct it, and now it shows up correctly against Wolf expenses, but isn't properly categorized kind of with the other ones. Those accounting adjustments are both compensation and claims payments. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, CFO Rudder. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, I think we're well ahead of schedule. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to skip ahead in the agenda to agenda item number 14, citizen petition process. And with that, I'd like to welcome to the mic Hillary Hernandez, our regulations manager. I will say that one of the things I'd like to do as chair is try to get through some of our citizen petitions. We have a bit of a backlog. And I'd like to, I think Hillary's going to address how we're going to address these in the future.
All right. Good morning, Chair Reading, Commission, Directors. I'm Hillary Hernandez, the Regulations Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We're on agenda item number 14, and I'll be presenting our citizen petition process. So to start, I want to talk about the citizen petition and some of the background on this process. Citizen petitions are written requests to initiate rulemaking and are one of the many methods available to the public to actively engage in the rulemaking process with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. There are several things that govern the citizen petition process, including state statute, which authorizes citizens to request agencies adopt, revise, or repeal regulations, Colorado Parks and Wildlife regulation that requires petitions to be in certain formats and include certain information, and lastly, the Colorado Parks and Wildlife policy, which explains our implementation process. So to begin the citizen petition process, a complete petition must be submitted to the regulations manager. This will initiate an internal review process with CPW. Our website offers a comprehensive packet of information to guide petitioners through the process, including detailed instructions for completing a petition form. A petition is considered complete when all of the required fields in the form are filled out. The petitioner's contact information located at the bottom of the form is used solely for communication and is not typically published publicly. There we go. Once a complete petition is received, it enters into our internal CPW subject matter expert review process. The nature of this review varies depending on the petition and the requested changes, with larger and more complex petitions generally requiring more time than simpler ones. Additionally, if a petition highlights a broader issue or necessitates a wider review of related regulations, the processing timeline may be greatly extended. Also, during the review, it might be necessary to collaborate with the petitioner on modifying certain aspects of the petition. For instance, if the division does not support parts of the petition, they may contact the petitioners to see if they are willing to change part of their request to get to a division-supported position. Following the internal review, the director, in consultation with the commission chair, will schedule the petition for consideration. When a petition is presented to the commission, any related citizen petitions on the same subject matter are required to be considered at the same time. Additionally, the division recommends that petitions being scheduled for a hearing concurrently with other issue papers proposing changes to the same regulatory chapter. For instance, a petition concerning the fishing regulations would ideally be scheduled for a commission meeting already slated to address other fishing-related changes, typically when Chapter W1 for fishing is open for its annual review during the August and November commission meetings. This practice facilitates the commission's comprehensive consideration of all changes within a specific chapter at one time. It offers the public a designated period to provide comments without attending multiple extra meetings and establishes a predictable annual review schedule. Furthermore, this approach minimizes the potential for errors that could arise if chapters are open in different stages during the same meetings. The third step involves scheduling the petition for a commission hearing. Petitions can be placed on either the main agenda or the consent agenda. If the division supports the petition in collaboration with the commission chair, it will be added to a commission meeting's main agenda. In such cases, petitioners are invited to present their petition at the meeting. If the division recommends denying the petition, it will be recommended for placement on the consent agenda for denial, accompanied by a memo from the director explaining the division's opposition. Generally, petitioners will not be granted time to present petitions that have been recommended for denial. If the division neither supports nor opposes the petition, the director and the commission chair will determine the consideration process, which may or may not include feedback from collaborators and petitioners. Regardless of the division's recommendation, petitioners will be notified in advance of the decision regarding agenda placement and will receive updates throughout the process as the petition status changes. Should the commission grant a citizen petition to initiate rulemaking, the petitioner and other stakeholders may be asked to work with staff to develop regulatory language and provide any additional information or materials requested by the commission. Denial of a petition constitutes final action by the commission. It is important to note both the division and the commission actively work to move these petitions through the process as quickly as possible. Looking at all of the petitions that were not withdrawn from 2020 to 2024, the average processing time from when a petition was received to when it was heard the first time at a commission meeting is between 2 and 6 months, with the median processing time being 4 months. At this point, I'd like to cover the list of petitions that the agency currently has. The Commission is currently on the second step for considering a petition to allow non-migratory bird treaty act corvids to participate in educational programs, and we'll vote on that regulation tomorrow. Additionally, we have 3 other petitions currently undergoing a CPW internal review. We anticipate the live baitfish and spearfishing petitions will be ready for the August Commission agenda, coinciding with the opening of the fishing chapter for issue papers and initial hearings. While we recently received a wolf compensation petition, we do not have an anticipated timeline for it yet due to our current workload and other ongoing petitions and projects, which you'll see on the next slide. Additionally, we have several petitions that have led to more extensive discussions and needed a deeper review of our regulations, specifically 2 regarding reptile regulations and 2 concerning fur bearers. For these topics, we are utilizing different types of work groups or focus groups. For the reptile changes, we have formed an internal work group to review all current reptile regulations. We anticipate seeking public feedback on potential changes this fall, with the goal of bringing these proposed changes to the January and March 2026 Commission meetings. Additionally, an external focus group is examining our fur bearer regulations and the other 2 related petitions on this slide. We aim to gather insights into public perceptions on these topics before the fur bearer chapter is regularly opened for annual review. And that's kind of the end of the presentation. I can take any questions.
Thank you, Hillary. Are there questions from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Touchton.
Thanks, Chair Reading, and thanks, Hillary. And thanks for stepping up before you thought you were going to. I did have a few questions. I think this is an important topic because it's good to get out how we'll handle these things to the public, because some people's petitions seem to wait longer than others, and there's perceptions of that we're picking favorites or letting other stuff slide. So I'm really glad we're just laying it out in the open, how we process these. But my first question was, like, what rights does a petitioner have to make a presentation to us, when we hear their petition?
I'll look to legal counsel for specific rights.
So under your policy, if the division recommends denial, the presumption is that it goes on the consent agenda, which the commissioners are always free to remove, just like any other consent agenda item, and have discussion.
So the petitioner has to be sort of like contingently available if someone takes it off the consent agenda?
Yeah, so we have requests for public presentation in the past on various various subjects people can petition, and the ruling on that is in the discretion of the chair. Wide discretion.
Okay. Well, I guess my other question is, say a petition has 4 ideas in it, and we like 2 of them. I understand that we can discuss it with the petitioner to see if they'll modify their petition, but if they refuse to modify their petition for whatever reason, can staff still ask the commission to support the 2 good ideas that were in there and not take on the other ones?
Yes, we can definitely bring that forward and then have in our denial recommendation why we were denying those 2 specific things with a statement saying we would support these other 2.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is about the work groups, because they're different depending on the topic, but I'm wondering if when we do have a work group, if it involves the petitioners and what amount of the public is involved in those work group processes.
Unfortunately, it really depends on the petition itself and how we can go through it. I would anticipate, especially with those reptile ones, when we're doing that feedback and we're getting public input, that we're getting public input as well from those citizen petitioners on those reptile changes that our internal work group has been working through. Our reptile regs right now are spread out across a number of chapters, and we're having to look through every single one of those to try and get them figured out and aligned. So it's a little bit more complex than an easier one that's in a single chapter that could go faster.
Okay. Thanks, Hillary.
Thanks, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair Reading. I think my only question for you, good morning, Hillary. My only question for you is, and this might be more of a broad question, but what is the expectation that a petitioner can have for a timely hearing and or a timely review of what has been put in place? I think the things that I've heard since I started was, some petitions can be seen pretty quickly, some can wait for 135 years. And so that was a facetious comment, by the way, so I don't need any emails on that, by the way, everyone. But I think it's really important to kind of talk through that, and as we're sharing this with the public, kind of go through. I know that Director Davis has said in the past, every petition is different. Some require a lot of research. Some are pretty cut and dry. And so can we just kind of talk through that and kind of what is the kind of global expectation?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of different kind of parts of that. So on our website, on our regulations webpage specifically, we do list out our regularly open chapters right there. And if I am contacted by the public saying, hey, I would like to change something within one of these regularly open chapters, my recommendation is that I should receive your citizen petition 4 months ahead of that chapter being open. And that gives us time to process it through, hopefully. Hopefully it's not a too complex change that requires multiple chapter revisions. And if it's one that can get through that 4-month change, then it will be ready for that regularly open chapter, and we can get through it quickly. If it's a change to a chapter that's not opened, I just recommend getting it in as soon as you can after your petition is complete, and that will allow us to go through that petition and review it and then find time to schedule it. As you guys have noticed, your agendas have been rather full the last couple years, so it is hard for us to get everything all scheduled in there correctly, and a lot of it also relies on the review amount of time for the different topics.
Thank you. And I think one of the questions that I've received multiple times is how do we keep, and this might be one that's hard to answer, Hillary, I just want to put that out there, but how do we keep these topics science-based and less weaponization of our process for a political gain? And so I more look to maybe the chair to answer that and not put you in the hot seat there. But a lot of times, even in my tenure here, that our regular process of petitions have been used for weaponization and political gain. What do we do to kind of solve for that, Chair? Good, make you jump in head first there.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Council Matter on this one.
So Mr. Hernandez just sort of described CPW's general practice of trying to review petitions when you have the relevant chapter open, which is actually more accommodating than what the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, requires. The only sort of obligation to address a petition under the APA is if you have sort of competing petitions on the same subject matter. But to the extent there are petitions that are, highly controversial or otherwise, the Commission has tremendous discretion when it comes to these rulemaking petitions, and there isn't an obligation to act on them. The only obligation is when you have sort of dueling petitions on the same subject matter. So the petition process is an extraordinarily broad opportunity for any citizen to ask you to make a policy change. And the breadth of that vehicle is countered by your discretion in dealing with them, and you retain the ability to set, the Commission retains its ability to set its priorities and its policy changes and priorities. So that's what comes first. If there's a petition that has a lot of support and the Commission thinks it's a great idea, you can pick it up immediately and run with it. And the opposite is true too.
Well said. Thank you, Council Matter. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. I'm going to reiterate a comment we made earlier that they're towing cars. So if you're parked in the north parking lot, you want to go move your car right away or stop them from towing it. Those are for the apartment buildings, and you should be parked in the south side here where there is reserved parking for the convention center. So if you are parked on this side of the building, you're probably getting towed right now. Sorry to say that, but I think it's important to let you know. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Chair Reading. A lot of this discussion revolves around some things that happened recently with our petition process. And just to shed a little bit of light on it, this commission received a petition the last few days of September last fall. That was days in advance of our October meeting. That petition asked for us to pause releases of any more wolves until a set of conditions was met. So that petition wasn't so simple as to simply ask this commission for a recommendation from the agency on whether we should pause release of more wolves. It was very complex. It was complex in the way that it asked for us to pause releases if these 7 conditions were not met. So we had a lot of discussion on the commission, even had some requests to fast track this petition, which was not fair to anybody involved and especially wasn't fair to the division and the agency. So that resulted in, once this petition was received by our commission, it was then required to be sent back to the agency or the division for review and judge that petition on the merits of the conditions. Had that petition been simply submitted to pause releases with no conditions attached to it, that would have been a much different process. But it wasn't that. It was a petition with conditions attached that it would take effect if these conditions were not met. So I just wanted to state that the wording of the petitions is very important, and that's how we as a commission and how this agency will deal with them. So the danger we had in fast tracking a petition and going outside of our regulations and our policy would have led to this commission now. We might have an accelerated pace of petitions coming for this petition. And once we went outside the realm of our regulations and policy, we were in an area where we could not defend our decisions. So those are my comments.
Well stated, Commissioner May. Are there any other comments? I just have one comment that I would echo the words of Commissioner Robinson, that I would like to see these be taken up in as timely a manner as possible, given the obvious caveat that we know you're overworked and underpaid. With that, I'd just like to, some of these have been on for quite a while. The reptile ones I know have been probably, is it over a year?
It is, yes.
Yeah, and that's probably a little long, but I understand it's complicated. And so just that one comment that I'd like to see it, maybe 120 days or some kind of policy that you strive for, even if you can't make it. With that, I don't see any more comments. We will move on to agenda item number 10, which is awards. Thank you, Hillary. Which is awards and presentations. And I'm not sure who's coming up to do that. Director Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps if I could have Heather Disney Dugan come up to the table. So some people know this, maybe many people know this, but I wanted to share with the public today some news related to the retirement of an incredibly talented and valuable member of CPW's executive management team. Deputy Director of Operations, Heather Disney Dugan, will be retiring. It says on August 1st, but really that's kind of her last day in the office, and really retirement is the end of August. But Heather, I want to express my sincere gratitude to you for your amazing leadership and years of service to CPW and to the state of Colorado. I don't know how many people know this, but Heather began her full-time career as a park manager at 11 Mile State Park in 1992. After serving as a seasonal employee for the agency for many years before that. Her 33-year career has been filled with many accomplishments and successes. During her time of stewardship, she has made CPW a better place. Colorado Parks and Wildlife began as Division of Parks and Outdoor Recreation in 1959, making the state park system in a very outdoor activity-friendly state one of the newer systems in the United States. Like many outdoor recreation and conservation agencies, the agency staff was made up of mostly men until late 1970s, when the first cohort of female employees laid the foundation for the acceptance of women as leaders within the agency. A few of these women became park managers, supervisors of our state parks. When Heather began her time as a seasonal employee in the 1980s, she was undoubtedly influenced by the people that came before her, but started to create new paths for herself and the agency. She is a woman with many celebrated firsts. She was the first female park manager at Castlewood Canyon State Park, and she paved the way for women wanting to explore other leadership positions within the agency. Heather managed law enforcement training and was the first woman to become both a regional manager and the chief of law enforcement in the system. She is presently, as you know, the Deputy Director of Operations for CPW, where her responsibilities extend to many aspects of agency management, including overseeing the regions and field services. In 2022, she became the agency's acting director, the first woman for CPW overall, and for the wildlife side of the combined agency. She has demonstrated that anyone can follow their interest and no agency position is out of reach. She has opened the door of acceptance for a wide variety of people outside the traditional mold, which leads to change and evolution over time. Heather, I want to take this opportunity to extend my personal thanks to you for being such an invaluable partner to me over the past 2 years. Your insight and expertise, authenticity, and humor have had a huge impact on my experience thus far. And And I can honestly say I will miss you tremendously. And I wish you the best of luck in your retirement. And please stop crashing that new mountain bike. Thank you, Heather.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Heather Disney Dugan, and I am right now Deputy Director of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And part of being Deputy Director is trying to anticipate what your partners might be up to, and to try to, at best, collaborate with them, and sometimes in some cases one-up them. So if it is okay with you, if you would indulge me, I would like to share something that I actually shared at the State Parks at Home in Nature dedication that we had at Cherry Creek last year. And I was asked to say a few words at that event, and I'd like to say the same words again. Thank you. And this is for all of my CPW brothers and sisters. We are from connection to the earth and to each other. We are from potential and fruition. We are from 1897 and the park that is not a park. We are from now and the parks that are home. We are from family, visitors, volunteers, friends, staff, from before, from now, and on down our winding journey. We are from fits and starts and change that is evolution, not revolution. We are from expanses of impounded water, jade green, lapping azure, sediment-tinged floods, and from the mica-flecked streams that flow to wayfaring rivers. We are from the tree on the plain meant for climbing to survey our domain, downy cottonwood puffs tickling your nose while the creek in the distance sings its summer melody. We are from the country church of the verdant wild. We are from the sedimentary cliff faces, layers of rock and relic life and dust, assembled into pages of history and bound into monuments of memory. We are from friable swaths of snowy fields and bladed snowflakes that cut your cheeks. We are from the frayed dusty path carpet in the prairie grass that leads to the thick green scent of the turtle pond. We see the magnificent holy vistas of jagged mountains while digging our bare toes into the damp soil and biting into a sun-warmed peach. Our homes are across the plains and the slopes and the mountains and the mesas, and in our hearts and in our souls. Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you, Heather, for all that you've done for CPW, but also for the commissioners. A lot of folks don't understand that when you join a commission and you've been appointed to something you have no expertise in when it comes to all the things, you depend on staff to kind of get you up to speed pretty quickly. And Heather is one of those people who reached out very quickly and made herself a resource for all of us, I know, but specifically for me. And I just want to tell you how grateful I am for everything you've done, taught us, but also just been there to take the hard calls too and help us navigate through these waters. And so for that, I'm grateful. And then I would also ask, Chair, after commissioner comments for Heather, if we could make it a tradition to start taking pictures with the retirees and the awardees. And so I would love for us to get up and actually take a picture with Heather if we can as a commission.
I think it's a great idea once we're through comments. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Chair Reading. I just want to say how much I have enjoyed getting to know you, Heather. how extraordinary you have been as a leader, as a colleague, as a facilitator, and for a brief period of time as the director. You're a tremendous person, a extraordinary resource for this agency, and a good friend to me as well. And I'm going to miss you a lot, and I'm very excited for you on your next steps.
Thank you, Commissioner Barty. Commissioner Otero.
Chair, thank you, Chair Reading. Echoing what others have said, as great as you've been in your roles at CPW, your service and leadership, dedication to outdoor equity and wildlife, even better person. So when I started, I joined here 3 years ago. You've always been there as being supportive, answering those questions, especially the difficult conversations. And, not everyone is open to do that. And you were always willing to step forward and sit in those meetings and rooms. And so just want to say appreciate you for that and look forward to staying connected with you.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Commissioner Beaulieu.
I don't want to get emotional. Heather was someone who was pointed out to me from day one, being on this commission, as someone who has been through situations where they're the only person like them in the room. This is obviously a space that can be male-dominated, and so to find someone who's paved such a trail and been such a pillar in the community, a leader, someone who's accomplished so much during her time here was just what I needed to be able to fill this space. She's held space for me since I've been here. She's taken me under her wing, and we've gone on adventures together and done so many fabulous things together. I mean, one of the purposes of being part of an organization like this is to inspire future generations and to be role models. And Heather Disney Dugan has been all of that and beyond. She's an inspiration to me. She's someone I can call a friend, and I'm going to miss the hell out of you.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaulieu. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. Well, I think the sentiments are unanimous on this side of the dais. We are really going to miss you. And for me, especially your enthusiasm and the example you've set. Just recently at that, sorry, I didn't anticipate that at all. At that badge pinning ceremony, you told our new class that, play hard, play fair. And those are like the exact words that I've always told kids in youth sports. And it really, I think you nailed it. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. If there's no one else, I just have a few words too. Like Commissioner Otero, you welcomed us into this commission when I first started, and you did so openly, with style, with grace. You ran this organization when it needed it during a tough time. We were doing a wolf plan. There'd been a transition in leadership, and you did it better than just about anyone I can think of. And so I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss, I think the agency's going to miss you. We're going to miss your intelligence, your style, your ability to lead. And there's not going to be anybody who's going to replace you. So thank you. I'm getting emotional. So I think there might be time for us to take a break for lunch. So we will reconvene here at 1:30. We're adjourned. Recessed. Sorry. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Before we get started, Commissioner Robinson wanted to say a few words.
All right, thank you, Chair. And I just I learned through the break that this last Monday, we lost a pivotal person in our community, Dr. John Stolp. Dr. Stolp was an ag commissioner for many, many years. He was the first water czar in the state of Colorado and a statewide, kind of the creator and founder of the statewide water plan. And was known as a consensus builder across the state. And whenever we hear that one of our, I would say, founding fathers in this era has lost his life, I just wanted to give some reverence to him and mention his name because it's folks like that who set the tone and the tenor for us to be able to enjoy the Colorado that we know today. And so for that, we would just want to say thank you to Dr. Stolp for his service, as well as we hope and pray for his family for their loss, and want to thank you for all that he did for the state of Colorado.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Okay, before we get started on the claims, I want to just, I'm going to be a little repetitive, but I want to advise the commission and the public that the division and Coberly Creek Ranch have settled on 2 claims for base compensation that were on the agenda. Specifically, claims 10Y2504 and 09Y2504 have been resolved, and the settlements do not require commission approval. The only remaining claims on the agenda relate to Farrell's livestock itemized claim for missing calves and Coberly Creek Ranch's itemized claim for missing calves. We will hear these claims separately and have separate votes, starting with the Farrell claim. Council will refer to PowerPoint presentations that are on your devices. You'll need to follow along with these devices to review the PowerPoints as council makes their arguments. At this time, I'd like council to introduce themselves and anyone else who will be providing testimony, and then we will start with the Farrell presentation. I have agreed to allot 20 minutes rather than 15 minutes for this presentation. Ms. Pritchard, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Pritchard. I'm an attorney at the law firm Wellborn Sullivan, here representing Farrell Livestock. Can you introduce yourself?
Fellow commissioners, my name is Lenny Klingel-Smith. I'm a rancher in Northwest Colorado and manage a Ranch for Wildlife program. I served on the stakeholder advisory group.
I'm Conway Farrell, part of Farrell Livestock.
And I also just wanted to point out that the presentation is on the screen, so you don't have to follow along on your own devices. Am I ready to begin?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Farrell Livestock was the epicenter of livestock losses from wolves last year. CPW confirmed wolves killed at least 15 of the Farrell's cattle and sheep. This past March, the commission agreed to pay Farrell Livestock for part of its losses, what you see listed in green. The fact that the commission paid these claims reflects the enormity of the Farrell's losses. But those figures do not account for the Farrell's missing calves. Those direct losses have not been compensated, and that is what I am here to talk to you about today. I'm going to go off this slide for a minute to underscore the key point I want you to remember. Your missing calves regulation provides for compensation when a producer's missing calves exceeds their, quote, baseline death loss. The regulation defines baseline death loss to include missing and dead calves. It does not define missing, but when that term is read in context, it means missing and dead. So as currently written, your regulation requires you to compare missing and dead to missing and dead. That makes sense, and it means you can grant the Farrell's claim for compensation today without amending your regulation. But let me back up and start from the beginning. When the voters voted to approve Proposition 114 in 2020, they specifically approved this language. The commission must, quote, fairly compensate owners for losses of livestock caused by gray wolves. The General Assembly then codified that language in the statute. The Wildlife Act now requires the Commission to pay, quote, fair compensation to owners of livestock for any losses of livestock caused by gray wolves. Not long after, the Commission convened the Stakeholder Advisory Group for the specific purpose of developing these regulations. The Commission adopted these regulations in May of '23. This slide shows you the compensation structure in the regulations. There are a few types of itemized claims that you'll see circled in yellow. That includes the missing calves claim, reduced conception rates, and reduced birth weights. We are here today to talk about the Farrell's itemized claim for missing calves. Today's claim has nothing to do with the other itemized claims that were settled in March. This slide includes the key language from your regulation. Again, the key words are missing and baseline death loss. A claimant only gets paid if their, quote, missing calves exceeds their, quote, baseline death loss. We know from the regulation that baseline death loss means missing and dead calves. Again, that is defined in the regulation. And we know based on the context of the regulation that missing means missing and dead calves. It means calves that are missing from the total calf count at the end of the year, either because they are unaccounted for or because they died. Either way, they are missing from the total. This makes sense in context because baseline death loss is meant to be a reference point. To make that comparison meaningful, you have to use the same kind of numbers on both sides of the comparison. If the baseline includes missing and dead calves, then the current year losses also include missing and dead calves. This is important because CPW's interpretation does not make sense. It wants you to compare a producer's missing and dead calves in the baseline years to just missing calves in current year. You can think of it like CPW asking you to compare a basket of apples and oranges to a basket of apples. That's not a fair comparison. It artificially inflates the baseline and stacks the deck against the producer. The result is an impossible standard to meet. If the Farrells, who were the epicenter of last year's depredations, don't qualify for this compensation, it's hard to imagine who would. The bottom line here is if you interpret the regulation as CPW asks you to today, it's not just wrong, it's unlawful. It violates the Wildlife Act's requirement to pay producers fair compensation. The Commission had two options to provide fair compensation for an itemized claim for missing calves. It could have compared missing calves to missing calves, or a basket of apples to a basket of apples, or it could have compared missing and dead calves to missing and dead calves, a basket of apples and oranges to a basket of apples and oranges. This is the comparison the regulation requires. This interpretation aligns with the intent of the regulation. The Stakeholder Advisory Group spent 15 months helping to develop these regulations. Out of all the options they considered, the compensation structure that got the most support included this itemized claim for missing calves. I'd like you to hear directly from one of the SAG members who volunteered his time to help craft these regulations and wants them to be successful.
Thank you, Kathleen. Chair Reading, Commissioners. I guess I already introduced myself. I'm Lenny Klingelsmith, served on the Stakeholder Advisory Group, so I'm just here to kind of explain how we went through the process and the intent of this regulation. I'll try to stick to script, but I'm not very good at that, so I'm just going to kind of go for it. We were tasked with finding ways to compensate the losses caused by wolves. There was a lot of discussion around the fact that taxpayers should not compensate for damages that aren't caused by wolves. So we set out to fulfill that goal, because that was the mandate of the proposition, to compensate producers for the losses caused by gray wolves. So we began by researching those damages that are caused by gray wolves, and spent a lot of time, and we established that those damages are obviously the losses that are confirmed and that are found, but there are also losses from conception rate decreases, weight loss, decreased weaning weights, and the number of missing animals that were eaten by wolves but never found. on large landscapes. So we began to figure out how to establish parameters for those losses. And we began by setting the baselines. And the baselines were the 3-year averages for all 3 of those. So I'll focus on the missing. So we decided we needed a 3-year average that established if a producer has this many mother cows, in the fall when they market those calves from those cows, how many of those calves are missing? How many of those mothers are missing their calves? So that how many are they short when they market those calves due to all the causes that ranchers are currently dealing with? Bears, lions, weather, disease, just anything that we could imagine. And we established that baseline. It got labeled baseline death loss. It's the missing calves from our cow herd, and it comes out as a percentage. So then we decided, okay, now wolves are on the landscape. So how do we determine what was caused by wolves? Well, there was concern that just because wolves are on the landscape, you cannot scapegoat them for everything. So we didn't use the metric that if you have wolves, you can qualify for missing animals. You have to prove that wolves are hunting and killing your livestock. So therefore, you have to have a confirmed depredation to even qualify. So that was one way to protect against compensating for losses that weren't the fault of wolves. The other caveat was, if you're on small acreage, you should be able to find them. There's no excuse for not finding your animals. But if you're running on large open range with lots of cover, that is where calves get killed, eaten, disappear, and they're never found. So those were the 2 caveats that we established first and foremost. And then we decided, okay, so you have 3 years baseline. Some years your missing calves were low because you had good weather conditions, your vaccines worked appropriately, you did a good job, everything went smooth, you have a low death loss, low missing animals at the end of the year. Some years are higher. We got the average established. Fast forward, you get a year where you have a confirmed depredation. You have wolves killing your livestock, and it's proven. Now, the end of the year, out of your entire cow herd, how many calves are missing? That's the new number. And the amount that should be compensated is the difference between your baseline and what you are missing now in the fall when you market those calves. And it follows the same parameter that we set for conception rates and weaning weights. So I'm getting a little long and windy here. So that's how we established it. That was the intent, that missing and dead be compared to the missing and dead on the baseline. Kathleen's pointed out that we established these from the oak leaf study. This wasn't just dreamed up by the producers that were on the stakeholder advisory group. These were studies that were done in areas that had wolves. So all of this data was based on research, not just our opinions. Where do I need to go to next? I guess the reason to also explain the reason that we established the itemized production over just the compensation ratio was the fact that there were examples where chronically depredating wolves have a drastic effect on certain individual producers. So the itemized claim was designed for those producers who end up taking a disproportionate amount of the damage. And I believe that was the case last summer in Middle Park. It was the perfect storm in the infancy of wolf management in Colorado, and a producer unfortunately ran into a chronically depredating pack of wolves. And we have that definition now, so we can say it now. But due to the fact that we were in the infancy of this program, everyone's trying to figure it out, lots of finger pointing going on. But the bottom line is, a producer suffered loss, substantial loss, and that loss should be compensated. And to try to deny that claim, based on legal interpretation of language that goes against the intent is a bad idea. We spent many hours in the stakeholder advisory group talking about trust and establishing trust between the agency and livestock producers. And that trust has been on a razor thin edge the entire time. And we are at a point now where we're a real tipping point. So I just urge you all to vote however you need to vote and do whatever needs done to ensure that this compensation is fair and this program is implemented as intended, and maintain this trust that we're trying to build and trying to maintain. I just think it's really important. And I should also make the point, and I think Commissioner May has probably made it plenty clear, that there are many who think this is a generous compensation program. And returning something to someone that's been taken from them is not generosity. That's fairness. And that's what the statute says. That's what the voters passed. This can be done. We can establish a self-sustaining wolf population. We can manage chronic depredators and keep the compensation liability to the taxpayers lower. We can deter most wolves and keep damage lower. And we can compensate the livestock producers and keep them on the land sustainably feeding our people, feeding Americans. It's not that difficult. We just have to stand up and do it right, do it as intended. There's commissioners here who have been through this whole process, and I doubt if they disagree with me. But I'll close there because I'm probably over time. Anyway, thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you. Just a couple more slides. So I want to take a few minutes to look at the absolute numbers for feral livestock. So I didn't show these numbers in percentages just to be a little bit more clear, but I will note over this 4-year baseline, the herd size was roughly the same. So this slide shows you the correct comparison. You're supposed to compare this year's missing and dead calves to the baseline missing and dead calves. That was the intent of the stakeholder working group. In this case, feral livestock had 155 missing and dead calves last year, far more than the 92 missing and dead in the baseline years. That shows you how much the losses increased after wolves were reintroduced and the ferals experienced a depredation. I'll skip ahead to slide 15. This is the comparison CPW would have you make, and it does not make sense. They're comparing last year's missing calves to a baseline of missing and dead calves. It's pretty much the only comparison you can make to ensure the ferals are not entitled to compensation. It inflates the baseline and makes it look like there's no increase in losses, even though there were nearly 4 times as many missing calves last year. So I won't cover these remaining slides in detail, but I will note that they show you how to calculate the missing calf losses using percentages. If I could leave you with one thought, it is this. Feral livestock experienced a direct loss of $100,000 from missing calves in 2024. That loss is hard enough. It shouldn't be made worse by misreading the very regulation meant to help. For any remaining time that we have, I would like to reserve it for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. 5 minutes for rebuttal. Right. I think we'll hear from David Cooperson at this point, and then we'll hear from you. Okay. Thanks. So. Welcome, David. You will also have 20 minutes. Please switch your mic.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Director Davis, everyone else. My name is David Cooperstein. I work for the Colorado Attorney General's Office, and I'm here today on behalf of the Division of Parks and Wildlife. Thank you for giving the division the opportunity to explain why the regulation requires that this itemized claim be denied. First off,
Can you hold on a second? We lost our visual.
oh, I turned it off because I just don't want it to distract yet for the intro. Apologies. First off, I want to thank the division staff members that helped work on this regulation and this claim. Deputy Regional Manager Luke Hoffman, Area Wildlife Manager Jeremy Huntington and his team in Area 9, Area Wildlife Manager Chris Middledorf and his team in Area 10. An extraordinary amount of work went into collecting the documents necessary to evaluate these claims and understand what the regulations require in terms of what should be approved and what should be denied. These staff members worked tirelessly with the claimants to try to develop the documents to support these claims, and I think that needs to be recognized. A ton of hours went into this work to get us to where we are today. I'm the one delivering the message, but they did all of that hard work. I also want to thank the producers, Farrell Livestock and Coberly Creek, for working with the division. This has been a long process, and I'm sure a frustrating one for them at times. And while I'm going to be pretty critical of some of their arguments here today, I recognize that they put a lot into this as well, and they're doing what they think is right. So the total amount that Farrell Livestock is seeking is $387,453 across its various claims. The only one that's still outstanding is the itemized claim for missing calves. And I want to point out on this slide, you can see that there's a lot of agreement reflected here. The division and the claimants were able to agree that 15 animals were depredated and the cost of that. They were able to agree that Farrell was entitled to compensation for decreased weight and conception rates and the amount of that to reach the total that they've been paid to date of $287,408. So the area of disagreement is relatively small compared to what we were able to agree to. This flow chart, which is illegible on the screen, is from the Wolf Plan and is the result of 2.5 years of collecting public and stakeholder feedback. CPW assembled 2 advisory bodies, the SAG and the TWIG, the Technical Working Group, and spent thousands of hours of staff time developing the Wolf program, including this. And we're the first government agency in the country to have a compensation model like this. And this commission acted boldly in adopting a flexible scheme that's equitable to all stakeholders. I want to go briefly over how the scheme works. You've seen the chart, but we have at the top base compensation claims, really specific animals killed by wolves. If a producer has a confirmed depredation, that entitles them to seek optional claims, and they have to choose for each class of animal. Are they going to pursue a ratio claim, which neither of these producers did, you'll see why in a minute, which allows them to be compensated at a rate of either 5-to-1 or 7-to-1 on calves, depending on whether they used conflict mitigation measures. If instead of choosing a ratio claim, they choose to pursue an itemized claim, they then become eligible for 3 separate types of claim: reduced weights at time of sale, reduced conception rates, and missing animals. The first step in understanding how this works is understanding baseline death loss. It's simply the average proportion of all animals lost is the term this statute uses, not missing, but lost, which is comprised of both missing and dead. It's the rate of loss in the 3 years before any wolf depredation took place. Okay. The second step is understanding the itemized claim itself. Claimants are eligible to receive compensation for missing animals only to the extent that the documented number of such missing animals claimed for the current year exceeds the claimant's baseline death loss. Farrell Livestock's baseline death loss was 5.63% in 2024. They had 1,703 calves, which means they would have to have had 96 or more missing animals to qualify for compensation, but but they only had 89 missing. That's the division's analysis, and the parties agree on the numbers. So feral livestock's interpretation asks you to add words to the regulation. The red words on this slide. They want missing and dead. The law says you cannot do that. It's crystal clear. And this is really that straightforward. Feral livestock is asking you to apply the regulation in a way that's contrary to its plain language. Ms. Pritchard indicated that missing actually means missing and dead in this context, but there's a basic rule of legal drafting that says if you want to change the dictionary meaning of the word, you have to give a special definition to that word in your statutes or regulations. That wasn't done here. Missing just means missing. So I believe the legal argument is truly that straightforward. Simply, feral is asking for something that the law doesn't allow. But I know there is concern about whether this regulation is fair and whether it complies with the gray wolf statute, so let's take a deeper dive. Why does the itemized claim for missing animals compare baseline death loss to current year's missing only? To bring balance to the itemized claim. The reduced weights and conception rates components of the itemized claim compensate producers for any reduction below their 3-year averages. There's no buffer, such as decreases in excess of 1% or 2%. Any reduction below that average is compensable. And producers do not have to prove that wolves caused that reduction. It's assumed based on the fact that they suffered a confirmed depredation. So if things other than wolves contribute to reduced weights or conception rates, producers receive compensation as if wolves caused 100% of that loss. Experts have indicated that this can result in over-attributing producer losses to wolves. We'll get to that part a little bit more soon. The missing animals component of the itemized claim adds balance in that, unlike the reduced weights and conception rates components, it requires unusually high losses to trigger compensation, and this is by design. Considering all three components of the itemized claim together, we have a claim that allows producers to receive ample compensation without attributing each and every loss to wolves. Comparing what feral livestock received under its itemized claim to the maximum it would have been eligible to receive under the ratio claim, and I want you to think back to that flow chart. If they'd taken the other branch, the most they could have gotten was 70,000 and change on top of their base compensation. So we can see that the itemized claim provides roughly 350% more compensation than a ratio claim, even without feral livestock qualifying for that missing animals component of the claim. And I think that demonstrates that the itemized claim is still very beneficial as currently drafted. Viewing their feral livestock's claim in terms of a straight ratio to their confirmed calf depredations, which is another method of compensation that's been explored by researchers and the SAG, in fact. So when I say a straight ratio, a ratio of your confirmed that is designed not just to compensate for missing animals, but all your production losses as well. The 268,000 they've gotten in itemized claim is equivalent to a 26-to-1 ratio on their 6 confirmed calf depredations, a 26-to-1 ratio. That is an objectively high level of compensation for missing animals combined with production losses based on research identified by the SAG. The research, a study that the SAG cited, indicated that for a straight ratio to fully compensate producers for production losses, it should be in the range of 14-to-1 or 21-to-1 on the high end. We're already at 26-to-1 as the division applied this claim. And I wish I'd put that on the slide because I think that's the big headline here, is that this is a 26-to-1 ratio of confirmed depredations for ferals compensation on the itemized claim. You can see here that there's a lot more going on here than apples and oranges. Finding an appropriate level of compensation is far more complex and nuanced than the claimants suggest. This isn't a matter of simple averages. This balanced approach to the itemized claim is consistent with the recommendations the Commission received from its advisory groups in developing the Wolf Plan. Now, we heard from one SAG member, and the SAG was composed not just of producers, but also some political representatives from the Western Slope, wolf advocates, and a few technical experts. And they told the SAG that while a majority, but not all of its members, liked the itemized claim as an option, it could result in overcompensation and too much blame being put on wolves for production losses. Now, the SAG identified a number of potential compensation models for the commission to consider, and the itemized claim with the three components we have, they identified that as a model and they called it Alternative 4. And you can see from these snippets I've pulled that there wasn't consensus support for any one of the compensation models. Alternative 4 did get the most support, but they identified some drawbacks. And looking through the bullets, the second one, the third, and the fifth, and the final kind of support what I just told you, that wolves can get over-blamed, that the itemized production losses can have fiscal impacts, and it takes into account, and it fails to take into account factors other than wolves that cause those losses. Similarly, from the TWIG, the technical working group, which was composed of wolf experts from around the country, federal and state agencies, our own Eric Odell, and some political representatives from the Western Slope, they indicated that experts disagree whether there's any merit in compensating producers for indirect losses, and that such losses can be influenced by external factors beyond wolf depredation. The comments demonstrate some of the reasons why it makes sense to balance the different components of the itemized claim as the Commission has in our current regulations. And now I want to be clear that this regulation was drafted by the division with feedback from the Commission and then enacted by this Commission, not the SAG. So while their statements and perspectives are helpful in understanding some of the background considerations that went into the regulation, they have no bearing on how the regulation as drafted should be applied. So that explains why the itemized claim is the way it is. Now, Feral Livestock suggests that you need to pay their missing animals claim in order to comply with the gray wolf statute, but you need to read a little bit more of the law, and you can see it's clear the Commission has fully complied with it. I have two snippets of that statute before you. I'm not going to bore you to death by reading them to you, but the first passage says that the General Assembly is charged with appropriating funding necessary to provide fair compensation for losses caused by gray wolves. And the second passage says that the Commission has to distribute those funds. You're doing just that and have fully satisfied the statute. The way this reads, there isn't any requirement that the compensation regulation meet any particular legal standard. You just have to distribute those funds. The notion that you need to change the regulations or overturn the division's decision on this claim to comply with the statute is simply incorrect. The itemized claim language represents a compromise between the considerations in favor and against claims for production losses. As with any compromise, some people are bound to be disappointed on both sides. Some think compensation is too high. Others think it's too low. This is to be expected. And we're still at the very beginning. We're only in the first year of administering this compensation program, and we've handled a grand total of 3 claims so far. Now, it's up to you whether at some point you want to commence a formal rulemaking to amend the compensation regulations. These regulations were our first attempt at designing a novel compensation model, and they are a balancing act. The division understands that we likely didn't achieve perfection on our first attempt. But the longer we live with these, the more data we collect and the more we learn. We can use that data and experience to make fully informed changes to the regulations in the future. The division would urge the Commission to stay the course for a few more seasons before undergoing another rulemaking. So in closing, the division respectfully requests that the Commission affirm its denial of Feral Livestock's itemized claim for missing calves. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Do we have the rebuttal?
Okay, thank you guys. I will give a quick rebuttal to what we just heard from Mr. Cooperstein. You heard Mr. Cooperstein say that the Commission worked hard to adopt equitable regulations. Your regulations are only equitable if they are interpreted as intended. You heard from Lenny about the intent of the SAG. Yes, we recognize that he is just one member, but he conferred with other SAG members before this. And in addition, it is very clear that this commission put the SAG together in order to inform the regulations. They were the experts. They were the ones that reviewed the studies, including the Oak Leaf study from 2003, which said for every confirmed depredation, there are 7 additional missing livestock that are never found. The reason we keep citing that study is because it underscores the enormity of the losses at issue here. We are not asking you to read a word into the regulation. What Mr. Cooperstein did not mention is that regulations must be read in the context of the entire regulation. In this context, our argument is that missing means missing and dead, and we are not changing the dictionary definition of missing. I just looked it up. The dictionary definition of missing is, quote, not present at a usual or expected place. Lenny explained this, but the idea of what missing means in ranching context and what the SAG meant is calves are missing at the end of the year when you wean them. They are calves that you expected to be present but are not there with their moms. They are missing. And that doesn't matter why they're missing. It means they are just not there. So either they're missing because they're unaccounted for or they're missing because they're dead. And so in order for this regulation to be reasonable, it needs to be interpreted as written in the context, which is missing and dead versus missing and dead. You also heard Mr. Cooperstein say that this is a 26-to-1 compensation ratio. But you heard from Lenny about what the SAG's intent was. They specifically drafted these regulations to compensate producers hit with chronic depredators. Feral did exactly what was asked. That operation was unlucky enough to be near chronic depredators. You cannot mix up the claims. You can't say, well, we compensated them for indirect losses, so you don't need to compensate them for the direct losses. The direct losses here are the missing calves. That is what CPW wants you to do today. They want you to mix up the compensation and not read the regulations as intended. Regarding Mr. Cooperstein's argument about your only job here is to distribute funds, I'm not sure I entirely follow it, but my response is that you have to distribute the funds in a fair way. I generally disagree with his reading, but the point is you have to do it in a fair way, both because that's what the Wildlife Act requires, but also as a regulatory commission, you cannot adopt arbitrary regulations. And I think as we've established, it isn't completely arbitrary to read the regulations as requiring a comparison between apples and oranges and apples. That just does not make sense. So I think if you agree with CPW's interpretation, our position is that it is unlawful. It is fundamentally unfair to make the comparison CPW wants you to make. Again, we don't think you have to engage in a rulemaking to grant the Feral's claim today. We think you can read the regulation as written to compare missing, which means not present, to the baseline death loss, which as defined is missing and dead. We are using those terms missing and dead to simplify this for you. But if you want me to sort of jump through the hoops, I'm happy to not use the words missing and dead. We think the word missing means not accounted for at the end of the year because they are not with their mom. And baseline death loss means loss, which includes loss for any reason, same as the term missing. So again, we ask that you grant the Feral's claim and interpret this regulation as intended.
Thank you. Council Cooperstein had time left. Did you want to?
No, the claimant gets the last word.
Okay. All right.
Can I just?
Yes.
Sorry, I
Council
don't mean to
matter.
interrupt you. During the lunch break, I put this sideways page in front of all the commissioners, which attempts to sort of capture all of the information on one page. The scratched out lines are the base compensation claims that Chair Reading referred to at the outset that have been settled and resolved. And so the first claim that we just heard about was the Feral claim, which is at the top for missing animals in the amount of $100,045.57. And then obviously the division recommendation on the right to deny. But I wanted to sort of step back and explain briefly what all of the commission's options are. you can pay the claim, you can deny the claim, you can settle the claim, or you could engage in rulemaking, as has been suggested, similar to the Gittleson issue from a few months ago. That is an option, and that's in your discretion, I think. I think doing so would require the agreement of the Farrells and the claimants, but just flagging the various different options. And I think the settlement discussion, the settlement would entail either a sort of mutually agreeable solution reached on the mic here, but also a settlement could entail sending a check to the claimant in whatever amount the division discusses and would land on if it were to pursue that option. And then at that point, the claimant is faced with a decision to either cash the check or not, and if the claimant cashes it, the amount is, the dispute is resolved, and they need to make that decision within 60 days. If they don't cash the check, then the dispute can continue on through court. So happy to answer any questions, but just wanted to sort of set the stage of pay, deny, settle, rulemaking are the sort of big picture options.
Thank you, Councilman Matter. I just want to say before we get into discussion, I'd like to have robust discussion from everybody before we have a motion, if at all possible. With that, Commissioner May.
Thank you, Chair Reading. I, as many of you, have been through this since we began it. And I have to say, first of all, everybody that I've dealt with has tried diligently to do the best job they can do. That's from CPW staff, EMT team, everybody that we can. We were tasked with a duty to perform a job, and that job was to fulfill the will of the voters. That was put in front of us. It's in plain language, to pay any losses for livestock. So our work the last years to put that wolf plan together was designed around that in good faith. And I understand the semantics about missing and losses, dead. I understand all that. But as a rancher, if I'm missing a certain set of calves that I know was taken in some way, it really doesn't matter to me whether we call that missing or dead or simply didn't show up where they were supposed to show up. They're gone, and I can't stay in business with that. So that all being said, I understand the legal decisions on this. I think they're correct. I agree with them. I also understand the decisions made by CPW and all the hard work that has gone into this and the staff, everything that's been put on them to make this work. I also understand that this wolf program cannot be successful without the cooperation of everybody. That includes the wolf advocates, it includes landowners, ranchers, farmers, anybody on the landscape that has any control of habitat. So if that's our intention when we drafted this plan, which it was my intention, I didn't intend to come into this process trying to see if I could take advantage of somebody on some losses they had just because of semantics. My intention in doing this is the will of the Colorado voters was that we enact a successful wolf reintroduction plan and make that for the best of the wolves, and also not drive producers out of business. We compensate them fairly for losses. So that being said, even though we're struggling with some of this wording, for my intention, the intent that I went into this was number one, to make sure that the wolf reintroduction program was a success. I felt good about the plan. Number two, I want to make sure that livestock producers, rural families, the people who are the stewards of our habitat and landscape are not driven out of business. I thought the wording of Prop 114 did all that. And to me, it is to compensate producers for any losses of livestock due to gray wolves. That's good for everybody. I just don't understand the conflict we continue to have. I understand the economics behind this, that the state's in a position that may be hard for them to pay, but you know what? In a rural ag economy, high risk, low margin, sometimes you don't have the ability to do something you said, but that might be an IOU. It might be you taking out a line of credit note to make sure that you fulfill the obligations that you owe. So I won't go on with this any further, but I understand legally where we are. I also understand the hard work that CPW has done to make this a success. I understand the producers have to be able to stay in business in this tough business, and if they have losses, those are losses. I also understand that all of us want the wolf program to be a success. We want these wolves to have a place that they can live and survive. So those are my thoughts in this. So I guess all of you kind of know where I'm going with this, but I believe the intent when I sat here as a commissioner and we developed this wolf plan was to make sure that everybody, wolves, producers, CPW staff, could survive and make this a success. Thank you, Chair Reading.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair Reading. I think Chair Emeritus May made some compelling statements, and so I won't repeat some of the things that he said, but I want to thank both areas. I don't want to call it sides because I believe we're all on the same side, but I want to thank both sets of folks that testified today because it's both made very compelling arguments. I want to first say that I believe staff have done their job. I think that staff has worked really, really hard to apply the law in the way that they believe it should be interpreted. As a person who's had to do that multiple times in my career, even when I don't agree with the law, it is challenging to apply something so nuanced. And so I want to give staff the credit and the credit that's due to say thank you for applying it and doing all the due diligence that you've done, because I believe you've applied it by the book and by the definition in which you believe you were given to apply that for. Something that the council said that's representing CPW, he used a term 4 times that I wanted to address, and that was blame the wolves. And I have trouble with that statement, and the reason being is you can't blame wolves for being wolves. Wolves are going to be wolves. They're going to eat, just like you and I went into lunch and ate, right? When they're hungry, they're going to feed. But alternatively, to me, when we use the statement blame the wolves, alternatively, does that mean we're blaming the producers? Because you can't also blame the producers. The producers need to ranch, and they need to do what they need to do to make sure their families are fed. They need to make sure that their cattle are healthy. They need to make sure that their ranches can continue to thrive. And I just think that we have to get away from the word blame, because with what we've all been thrust into, there is no blame here. But that leads me to the final thing that I think that both sides or both groups of folks said, which was the statutory requirement of our commission. And when I read that statutory requirement, it wasn't the things that were presented that stuck out to me. It was the word fair, as that we were to provide fair compensation. That's what stuck out very, very well to me. And I think even though that this law has been applied in a way that makes sense legally, there's the spirit of the law and there's the letter of the law. And I think fair compensation here is important. One thing I want to point out about Mr. Farrell and his claim is that he was the first. This group of wolves was put on the land near his ranch before anyone else. And he got to experience something that I pray actually, no other rancher will experience when it comes to all the ways that the wolves impacted his ranch. And so, whether it's interpreted missing or dead and missing and all the things, I think regardless of what we saw, we know that he was impacted very largely, and his company, his livelihood, his ranch was impacted largely. And so I do believe that fair compensation may be interpreted in the way that this claim could be and should be applied in the way that the rule currently reads. I don't think we need a rulemaking to apply this claim in that manner, because I believe the same way that the rule is applied today and or defined is exactly where it needs to be. Whether you define missing or dead and missing, I think the fair compensation to this and all that was dealt with Mr. Farrell and his ranch would allow us to possibly approve that claim. So with that said, sir, I'll give it over back to the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Jacober.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I want to start also by thanking staff, and I understand the hard work and the diligence that went into this, and I understand that they followed the guidance from council to kind of come up with the decision that was made, and I respect that. I have some questions. First, I also want to say that it was said a couple times the intent of the SAG and how we were trying to make a decision on how to pay claims, and then the intent came from SAG. Well, I think it was also the intent of the voter, and it was clear in the proposition, and one of the ways the vote was passed was to be sure that livestock producers were compensated fairly. I also want to echo everything Commissioner May said, because he said stuff well. More down into the details, the council for the CPW talked about balance and that we're trying to make a decision by balancing this claim with what's already been paid. I don't see how that's a legal argument. I can't relate. I don't know why we're even using those as comparatives. The claims that were paid on merit, paid for good reason. This is a different claim, different argument. I don't put the two together. I also would like to understand, on that same note, using the amount paid prior to justify not paying this claim also is not an argument that I go along with. I would like the CPW council, if possible, can I ask questions?
Sure.
To explain the Farrell's attorney's diagram when she showed the death loss, baseline death loss versus missing and vice versa, and the arrow drawn between. Can you pull that up to me? Well, while she's bringing that up, I wanted to also make it clear that it's basically impossible to know what was lost to gray wolves on these allotments. I run an allotment that's 72,000 acres, and I think a total of it is 3.5% open grass parks, meaning that we don't see very much. So when these claims come in, there's an assumption that the gray wolves did the damage. I inherently know that there's a good possibility that there was other losses that possibly occurred out there, but that's not the intent of these claims. They were written to take comparative averages against current losses, and the only thing that we can assume is that, and that if something else happened, and maybe the producer at this point in time gets overcompensated today, but may not tomorrow. So I just want to make it very clear to everybody that it's very well understood that there's a possibility other losses happened during this period of time. So thank you for pulling that up. So I do not want to go into regulations and changing things. I look at this chart and I don't see how it can't be interpreted the way the red line is. Can you explain to me in legal terms, I guess, how it...
I think to understand how the pieces fit together, Commissioner Jacober, I have to go back and respectfully disagree with your characterization of the idea that the itemized claim components are each separate claims. And I think perhaps the fact that we bifurcated Farrell's claim has led to that result, which I would characterize as maybe confusing the intent and meaning of these statutes. It's not normal to bifurcate these. The division did that as a courtesy to feral livestock at their request to give them the agreed upon portion so they wouldn't have to wait to get paid until we had sorted all this out. These are meant, the three components of the itemized claim are absolutely essential to be considered together. Once you've divorced them, you've completely lost the scheme, the intent of this plan, and how it's supposed to work. And all you need to understand that is to see that there's an itemized and then a ratio component. You pick which course you want to go to, and that's your whichever path you pick is your full compensation for missing animals and all of your production losses. The ratio claim combines them into a simple ratio. The itemized claim breaks them out, but it's really, truly just one claim together. So to understand, and I think your point is, how can you, are you asking me how do you compare missing and dead to missing? It's purely the statutory language, or the regulatory language in this case. But the reason it's that way is that it's supposed to be an intentionally high bar, an unusually high amount of missing to qualify because the bar on the weights and conception rates is so low. So when you ask how do we get missing and dead to missing, it's because baseline death loss says all loss has to be included, including death. And the itemized missing animals component says baseline death loss to missing. I hope that answers your question, but it's really just applying the words. And to kind of bear that out a bit, throughout the regulations, there are the word dead and is used quite a bit. I think that it's hard to really draw a compelling argument that missing really means missing and dead, given the fact that the terms are used distinctly in the scheme. So to the extent that was what you were getting at, I wanted to touch on that as well, but please.
Yeah, I don't.
Commissioner Jacober, sorry to interrupt. After you're finished, may I have a chance to respond to Mr. Cooperstein's argument?
Sure. I don't think that it answered it, no. I'm not sure it can be answered, and I don't want to argue. I look at this, and there's 23 missing over a 3-year period, and there's 89 missing in 2024. That's a pretty high bar, in my opinion. I've been through these experiences, not through gray wolves, but through theft or something, and that's pretty clear to me. I definitely can't and won't agree that if you choose your itemized way, you still have 3 claims that you're applying for. They should be separated. And if I bring them all in and it wasn't ever bifurcated, I would have looked at them separately anytime. So anyway, I will yield and let her respond.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacober. I want to respond to this idea that the reason we're here today is because of the bifurcation. I think it's clear that these claims are all separate. Starting from the plain language, right? They are all separate. I'll bring up this chart again of the itemized, you have your indirect losses, right? Which are your reduced conception rates and your reduced weights. Those are indirect losses, all supported by separate peer-reviewed research. That's what the SAG reviewed. Then there's missing calves, also supported by peer-reviewed, which is a separate loss. Over here, with the indirect, you're compensating for production losses. With the missing calves, you're compensating for direct loss of calves that you no longer have. So just in general, the intent of them is separate, and they are written separate. But in addition, what Lenny and I had talked about when we were preparing for this, it's the concept of, let's say your house gets robbed. Someone comes in and steals your electronics, your jewelry, and your furniture. If your insurance company was to say, well, I know you have 3 claims, but we're only going to compensate you for your jewelry. That's essentially what you're saying. Like, you got to think of it all together. You have to think of these together. It's generous that we're compensating you for your jewelry, but forget about your furniture. Here, these are all separate claims compensating for separate losses. And the intent was to compensate for your direct loss of missing calves. And really the issue here is, how do you figure out what your missing calves is? And the way they've interpreted it has effectively rendered your regulation for missing calves meaningless. And so we want you to, adhere to the intent of the statute and make this an effective regulation.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair Reading. Just a quick question, and then I'll get to my, but am I correct that the actual number of confirmed deaths was 5 cows?
I think it was 6.
6, okay, so, and the oak leaf study said that for each dead one you find, you can assume there's 7 that you didn't.
I believe that's correct. It referenced higher ratios, but I think it conservatively said 7 to 1.
Okay, so if we just took oak leaf, we'd be looking at 42 missing?
That's correct.
That could be attributable to wolves?
That's correct.
So that's the part of the statute that I've focused on is fair compensation. I understand the arguments, but it's also caused by wolves. And I go back to the wolves that were actually there when we captured them, that they were all seriously underweight. And there was 2 adults, one with a bullet wound that, probably hadn't been hunting at top form, an underweight female, and then 5 probably nursing or taking regurgitated food puppies, but all seriously underweight. And so when I look at the caused by wolves part, I don't see how the starving wolves ate the missing cattle. So I stumble. I could see if you wanted 42 missing calves, but I don't see the 89 being blamed on the wolves. If you want to respond, you seem anxious to, so please go ahead and respond, but I do have one more question.
Okay, thank you. I want to clarify, we have talked a lot about the Copper Creek Pack because they were chronically depredating and they had their rendezvous and den site right next to the ferals. But there were, I believe, how many wolves were introduced? I believe 10 of them were documented as on feral livestock's property last year. So this is not just the Copper Creek Pack. It is the 10 wolves that passed through his land all of last year. Okay. And I think, I want to underscore, right, the whole itemized claim is separate from the ratio specifically to address instances like this with such enormous losses.
Okay, well thank you. I am still hung up on how we attribute that to wolves, but that's for me to sort out in my mind. I have a question for Mr. Cooperstein as well, which is, I read your memos in the file. I found your legal arguments, well, in the vernacular, slam dunks in construing regulatory language. And I'm looking for your advice that if you're our attorney, you're the commission's attorney, we're not adversarial in this manner.
No, he's
CPW's attorney. Well, sorry. Jake's the commission's attorney. But for the both of you, it seems to me that if we are to pay this claim, we are violating the regulations that we adopted as written, because it's that open and shut as a legal matter. As our regulations currently exist, we should not be paying this claim. Is that the argument?
I think that the commission has more flexibility than that. The question is, if you're applying the regs, is one thing, but if you're settling to resolve a dispute is another, and that's where I lead to, just like during the Gittleson discussion, there are lots of reasons to settle cases, and I think that's where you have your sort of utmost flexibility.
Okay, so if we were in a settlement discussion, concerns about fairness or whatever concerns people may feel would be relevant, but it just reviewing a denied claim, I don't see how we do that under our existing regulations. That's where I'm coming at. Is that accurate?
The statute says, the broader sort of game damage statute says that the commission will review claims recommended for the denial by the division and will either confirm that decision or make a settlement offer. It's that to me, open-ended.
Thank you. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Chair Reading. I want to clarify, I don't want to speak in front of another commissioner because I've already spoken once, but I presume I'm first up, so I'll go ahead. I'd like to say that this is not, as it's often framed, a wolf versus rancher situation. It's not that at all. It's not rancher versus CPW. It's not any of that. I think we at some point, and I said this in the Glenwood meeting, at some point we have to get to a place where we are cooperating. I mean, we have to have ranchers on the landscape caring for the habitat. We have to have them to where they can be economically viable. And we, by statute, have to have wolves on the landscape. Well, those are not mutually exclusive. We can find a way to get there. In my opinion, as I look at this, I don't see how pro-wolf or wolf advocates or anybody who wants wolves on the landscape is against this, because you're basically paying for the presence and the loss of livestock. I mean, that's not something that can be taken lightly. So we're trying to compensate people fairly for losses, and we're also trying to keep wolves on the landscape. I think both of those things can be done, and I think that's the decision that's in front of us. I agree with Commissioner Tutchin. I don't want to violate any of our statutory language. I think Councilor Cooperstein said it well, that this is something that can be looked at. I do not want to open the wolf plan, but I think that producers need to be compensated for losses. And I've said this before, I'll say it one more time. As a rancher, and I've raised my cattle for decades. Every one of them is something special to me. If I go out tomorrow morning and I have a heifer that for some reason, under any circumstances, has been killed, is laying there dead, but I went out there that morning thinking I was going to watch her walk into the water tank and take a drink of water, which is one of my favorite things, to watch animals come in and get a drink of water. So I'm out there, instead of finding that, I find her laying there dead. So now, not only do I not have that heifer that I've spent decades getting to that point, that I can now put her into my cow herd, and I can pass that on to generations. Now I'm looking at a loss. Not only a loss that now, okay, well, I can get fair compensation for her. She might have been much more valuable to me, but whatever she would have brought this fall at Winter Livestock in La Junta, that's what I can get for her. As long as I go through all of the paperwork, I get CPW out there to confirm the loss. Now I have to go through the paperwork, documentation. Once they're done and they clear me, I can now go bury that heifer. Now that's taken what I didn't intend to happen, not what I wanted to happen. I don't think anybody would want that to happen. So we talk about fair compensation for losses. We're talking about these direct costs that these missing cattle would have brought that day at Greeley Livestock Exchange. It's not the day that they were lost. So whenever we start talking about what this costs producers, this is only the tip of the iceberg. So I implore us to be fair to people, to keep people in business, to keep people on the landscape, let them profit, and keep wolves on the landscape. Both of those things are possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Silva Blaney.
Thank you, Chair Redding. This question is for Council. If we were looking at the four options, which are deny, settlement, or rulemaking, deny and approve are pretty obvious. What might a settlement look like, and how would this commission go about that?
The settlement would entail an amount, and then it doesn't really require a lot of participation or buy-in from the claimant, frankly. I mean, if the commission decides to send a check to the claimant for X, the claimant receives the check and then has a decision within the next 60 days to either cash the check or continue the dispute through court.
Is there a formula that the commission might use?
No, I think that's just a matter of policy. I mean, if you think this is a unique situation, unique time, questions about the facts, I think it's a policy decision to arrive at a compromise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Otero, I accidentally knocked you off the queue.
No worries. Thank you, Chair Reading. Just want to start by saying many thanks to the staff for all the work that went in on this and all the documents that are provided. I really appreciate, the claimants and all the transparency that's, hours of work on top of, all the other work that you're doing on a daily basis. Clearly there's a disagreement on the interpretation of the language in the regulation that I also agree with Commissioner May. Would not like to reopen the wolf plan if at all possible. Also Commissioner Touch and I agree. I don't, want to violate the regulations. And to your point about, can we attribute this all to wolves? No, you can't without doubt. And you also can't say that wolves didn't have an impact for these missing ones either. So, with those gray areas and all of the confirmed losses and impact this had on our producer, particularly the ferals, I would, support some sort of settlement. Again, I thank you for that question. I don't know what that would look like if that was a path forward that we could take. I'm not putting a motion out, but I just wanted to share my comments and leave that.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Commissioner Jacober.
I just wanted to kind of reiterate that this is by no means a subsidy for ranchers, right? This is clear compensation for a voter-mandated predator on the landscape. This is not something that, I get emails about how cattlemen are subsidized and public land grazing is subsidized and yada, yada, yada. This is not that. This is a predator voted by the people of Colorado, put on the landscape, taking money out of people that are working hard, trying to make a living. Are we ready for a motion or do we have more dialogue? Jess has more dialogue.
Thank you. Commissioner Touchton. You were next.
Thank you. Sorry, Jess. It's the computer controls. Well, I did have two questions. They're related, though it might not seem like that. The first is part of what we're struggling with here is, I think, the difference between a ratio claim and an itemized claim. And the itemized claim contains this language we're disputing. What is the meaning of the word missing versus dead? We don't need to resolve that. What I'm wondering is if we did a ratio claim, you said there were 6 confirmed dead cows. You pick a ratio of 7, which was supported by the study that you cited. That would give you 42 calves. I don't know what the math is on that, but that's one way you could come to a settlement position, is to use the other avenue under the flow chart, and instead of making an itemized claim for missing calves, make it a ratio claim for missing calves, which at least in my mind is more supported by the scientific literature about what wolves might have actually been responsible for. My other question, though, is for Mr. Cooperstein, is you had said instead of compensating at a 7-to-1 ratio, that we're faced with compensating at a 26-to-1 ratio, and I didn't understand that math, so.
My apologies. So what I was intending to say is the current amount that feral livestock has already received represents a 26-to-1 ratio to their confirmed depredations. And why that's relevant is that The allure of the ratio claim is that it's simplistic, and it's easier for producers, easier for staff, less paperwork involved. What the SAG identified in its report is that if we go with the itemized model, what they'd like to see is in 3 to 5 years, take that data and then come up with a holistic ratio claim accounting for all damages, production losses, missing animals, et cetera, based on the data that's been collected through doing the itemized claim. They also cite a study that was looking at that model, and that study indicated that what it believed would be a good holistic range for those ratio claims, meaning not just compensating for missing, but all production losses, including missing animals, would be between 14 to 1 and 21 to 1. So a lot of different things going on here. We've already compensated feral at 26 to 1 with what they've received so far. I didn't run the numbers on paying them the additional $100,000 that they're asking for here today, what that would bring the ratio to. This is not meant to throw cold water on your idea that we can use a ratio to come up with a settlement, because a settlement just needs to be fair. I'm not saying that's a bad idea or that the division's against it. I want to be really clear there. Just trying to explain what those numbers meant and put them in context. Did that make any more sense?
Do you mind, Commissioner Touchton, if I respond?
Not at all.
So you just heard Mr. Cooperstein say that the SAG intended in the future to come up with a different ratio. That is not what the SAG recommended, and that is not what your regulations say today. So I understand this idea of potentially coming together with a settlement based on a ratio claim. I just want to be clear that your regulations specify separate itemized claims, specifically for instances like this, where a producer is hit really hard. I also would feel remiss if I did not point out that your regulations do not, I mean, it depends on what your settlement is, but if you're specifically going forward and saying you're going to allow producers to file both itemized and ratio claims, that is unclear. I also want to point out that part of the reason we're here today and we've worked so hard is to get this clear going forward for producers. So if there is a settlement, you will be right back here in the fall or in the winter when the producers who are getting hit hard by the Copper Creek pack come up here with these same claims. And so part of what we are asking for today is clarity. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess the other way to resolve it is you go to court. I think that's where a lot of people want this stuff to head, is my supposition. I think you lose under our regulations as written. So what I'm saying is, would it be better if we settled for some of the reasons that my fellow commissioners are articulated and went with a simplistic approach that seems supported by the literature you cited and said 7 to 1 for the missing animals? I don't know what a calf is worth in your neighborhood, but I think if you use $1,500, it comes out to $60,000. But
may I ask a clarifying question? Sure. I'm trying to understand, are you saying you're going to base the settlement based on a ratio claim, or you're considering allowing producers to file a ratio claim and then also itemized claims in the future?
The former.
Thank you. Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chair May. And thank y'all for all your hard work on these arguments and oh my God, I said Chair May, didn't I? I didn't even think. It literally just came out. There was no thought behind it. Sorry, Chair Reading. Yes, thank you for this robust discussion, acknowledging all the important points made. Just from my perspective, I agree with CPW's assessment when it comes to the legal and the fairness arguments. I mean, this is an unambiguous regulation, and I think legally we should be looking at it as it is presented, the plain language in front of us, rather than reading anything into it. I mean, we as a commission should adhere to our own regulations, whether or not we agree with them. Again, the discussion of changing them in the future, whether or not we want to open up the wolf plan, was discussed, but what's presented us in front of us legally is how CPW has laid it out. This is about missing cows or calves. When it comes to kind of the itemized claim from a fairness perspective, I mean, I read missing calves, yearlings, and sheep along with indirect losses together according to the regulations. When you look at 17170, they're listed under itemized claims. So I find that balancing act that's been discussed when you're talking about the missing calves versus the losses when it comes to the production. The optional ratio and itemized claims, they already don't require this causation. And when it comes to legal arguments, causation is everything. There's already kind of this low burden when it comes to reasonably believes or assumption. And so I do find that there is a balance there. And so I do find that it's fair. And so my position is in line with Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you. I appreciate the robust discussion. I would just put a small rebuttal to one of my favorite attorneys / commissioners, Commissioner Touchton. He said that in a court of law you would lose. I don't think that's something we can guess at. I just think that's against all things democracy. And based on our system, we can't do that. I would also add this. If this does go to court, which is very likely, should we continue this without a proper settlement or a proper treating this the proper way, that court cost on the commission and the CPW staff will be far greater than $100,000. And so I just wanted to put that out there to really, if we're going to consider that, consider the totality of circumstances. That's number one. Number two, I would say this, that to me, I think our current regulation, without even considering, I think Commissioner Beaulieu said it right, that we do need to adhere to our laws and our interpretation of our laws. I would say, to me, missing is inclusive of the dead calves and everything. I think when I hear the word missing, I think council said it best, is that missing includes the calves and the animals that are not there. That would include those that have died, right? And so I think that the interpretation of the law and the current definition of the law fits well into the way that it was described by both councils, frankly. And so, dare I say, I'd like to make a motion, Chair, but I know you haven't spoke yet, so I'll hold off. But I do think that we need to consider that. I do think that the fair compensation and the current definition of missing is inclusive of dead. And it should be looked at that way. I don't know why we would go in any other way of trying to redefine the word missing. Because when you're dead, you are missing. You're not there. You are not able to walk on the landscape and, graze and do all the things, right? And so I just put that out there, and I think we should wrap this up soon.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chair May. A couple things on that. Oh my God, I did it again. I'm so sorry. It's just muscle memory. Thank you, Chair Reading. I promise I'll get it the next time. 2 points, just as a bit of a rebuttal, Commissioner Robinson. I don't think that the threat of a lawsuit should ever deter us from doing what's fair. I think that even if the cost of a lawsuit were to be more, that shouldn't mean that we're swayed to go in a certain direction. That is just how the law should work. Second, when it comes to reading dead into missing, when individuals write regulations or laws, most of the time they're clear on what they intend. And if, in this case, they intended missing and dead, it would have been very easy for them to include the language dead. But they just said missing in this situation. So reading it plainly, I see that as solely missing because that word could have been added. Thank you.
Thank you. More comments? If not, I do have some thoughts. This was a great discussion and a great dialogue, and I appreciate both sides and the effort they put into it. I personally look and say, geez, Well, I'll just start by saying I'm a rule follower. So I do agree that the rule is clear in plain language, and that we should follow the rule as a commission. If we don't, we run into all kinds of problems with not following the rules all the time and not following the plan, which we spent a lot of time developing and hearing from a lot of people about. So I also feel that the compensation that's been given thus far is fair. I do. I think it's a lot of money. 26 to 1, is that what the ratio is right now? That seems awful fair to me. I do think it should be fair, and I do think they should be compensated. But I think that I kind of side with Councilor Goldstein's, I got that wrong, Cooperstein's interpretation that it was meant to be that way because of the other aspects, and I do think it's taken as a whole. I think that's a package. You go down one aisle, you go down the other aisle, and you take it as a whole both ways. So that's kind of where I'm falling out on it, just so you know where I stand on it. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Chair Reading. I'll say one more time. I implored people in Glenwood Springs, at some point we have to get together. We have to stop this argument about it's not either wolves on the landscape or ranchers. It's both. We have to have both. So are we going to continue to come here in front of this commission and debate these things to try to gain an unfair advantage for one side or the other? I don't believe ranchers are asking for anything. I think they're asking for less than they had coming. It's not charity. It's something they lost and are getting some compensation back for, not even full compensation. I'm saying that as a rancher because I know when you lose something, even if it's not to this, it's a loss. You're not going to get back what you lost. Changes your program, changes everything. So that's all I'll say. I would like for us to get to the point where we have a spirit of cooperation rather than confrontation constantly. For those of us that have been on the commission the longest, that's all this has been, is constantly trying to weave through and get the best outcome for everybody. And I think we have gotten there. We're down to the point of having one word in a thousands of words document we're trying to resolve. We all said when this started, this was going to take adaptive management, situational analysis. This is something that was easily overlooked when we adopted the Wolf Plan. I don't think those of us who voted at that time could have foresaw that this would happen. I don't think it was our intent. I understand the letter of the law, and I'm for that. If that comes down to we need to offer a settlement for payment, or if we're looking at trying to reinterpret that this was wrong, I don't think we can do that. I think the interpretation stands, and I think Councilor Cooperstein said, we look at this maybe in the future. We have 3 to 5 years, based on what we said, 3 to 5 years to fine tune some of this. We couldn't know 2 years ago what we know now, but we're learning a lot. So I don't want to be the one to offer a motion because I don't know where anybody's going, but I would like to, I'll cede the floor back to you, Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Director Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to maybe build on Commissioner May's comments. This is, as a public servant, it sucks to sit here and have the debate time after time after time. And it seems, someone asked me, how are you doing, Jeff? And I said, every day I wake up, there's a new barrier I didn't anticipate in front of me. This is another one of those conversations that feels like just a new barrier that's in front of us. I will say we have phenomenal staff that have done a ton of work, as well as the Farrell family, on trying to work together to pull hundreds of pages of paperwork together to document the situation and sort through that and look at the regulations and interact with our council on those interpretations. And so I'm not going to speak to the legalities of that. I am obviously not a lawyer. And I'll say what I said at the July 7th meeting. So as a practitioner trying to pull off this law, and I'll refer back to my comments at the beginning of this meeting, there's a lot of grenade throwing, and I feel like I said in the July 7th meeting, we have people that are losing hope. And when people lose hope, in my experience, they get desperate, and desperate things start to happen. What I need is, and I'm not saying whatever decision you guys have to make, you're the policy makers in this space, but I need to make sure that we're delivering stuff that keeps people at the table, or we all will lose in this deal. So I know probably none of those words are helpful to anyone, but I'm sitting here feeling with a pit in my stomach. Some really good people might walk away from the table when we need to keep them at the table and figure this out.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair. Reading. Well, I don't know how else to move the conversation along other than to offer a motion, and we'll see how the chips fall. As a ex-lawyer, I always appreciated it when clients took my advice. So I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the division's recommendation as presented by Mr. Cooperstein to deny the itemized claim for missing calves.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Chair Reading. And my point will be moot because I intended to offer a motion also, which is adversarial to that, so I'll cede that back.
Commissioner Jacober.
I also was going to make an adversarial motion, but I wanted to follow up on Director Davis's comments that, you know, I think that everybody understands the high importance of private lands to our ecosystem, our wildlife, the functioning of Colorado, and we just cannot have this eroded over not only money, but trust from some acts by some animals that were causing some problems. And everybody in the biodiversity world, and everybody that's a rancher, and everybody that's on the Front Range, and everybody in the western side of the state has to recognize we don't have islands of lands. We don't have public land here, private land here, and this group of animal lives there, and this group of animal lives there. It all functions as an ecosystem. If we don't move forward in a cooperative manner, it's going to fail. Our ecosystems are going to fail. If we no longer have access to private land to do our studies, if we no longer have access to private land for public land hunting, it doesn't work. And I understand the law, and I can tell you that if we had sat here and voted on a wolf plan with one ward missing and we knew that this was causing this problem, we wouldn't have voted on that. And I don't see how we move forward without cooperation. I've been on this not very long, and all I do is wolf. We have 900 species we have to manage. We have to move on. We have to talk about things that are also important. And the only way to get there is to get to a place where we can agree and not have a legal argument over one word. But there's a motion on the floor, so I'll yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chair Reading. I second Commissioner Touchton's motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you. This is tough. The last thing I wanted to do was muddy the water a little more with going against what the SAG has asked, and the SAG has asked that we wait 3 to 5 years to understand more information. But this situation with the motions as presented put us in a sticky situation. And that situation, as legal has presented, is missing one word in which it seems as though some other commissioners want. Given Commissioner Touchton's statement that we must follow the law and that it's cut and dry, and that the fact that this commission is the ones who interpret and frankly enforce this law, I would ask for a friendly amendment. And I don't do this lightly. I want everybody to know that. This is not something I actually want to do at all. But I also think in preservation of everything that Commissioner May said and, everyone said, Ty Jacober said, this has to be done. And so my friendly amendment that I would ask us to do is to table this into a date certain and to enact rulemaking to add the word dead to this regulation. And I know that it has to be posted, and I look to our council to tell us what the proper way to do that is. But if to me we're missing one word in order to do the right thing, then let's add the one word, because that is within our ability to do as a commission. And so I would ask that we do that friendly amendment in the way that we need to do it, so that we can actually respect what the commissioner who made the motion said, to enact it. And what is the proper way to do that? And I look to Jake to help us.
I don't really think it's an amendment. I mean, the commission's practice is that on friendly amendments, the maker and the seconder have to consent to it. And I think what you're describing is really, it doesn't fit the amendment mold.
Copy.
And, recall Gittleson. Mr. Gittleson, there was a lot of back and forth in terms of rulemaking, and he had a claim, I think it was significantly less money, and he was willing to table it. So I mentioned that earlier, that if the commission is interested in engaging in rulemaking, I think you need to get some sort of signal from the claimants that they're willing to delay the resolution of this claim based on a potentially extended and uncertain rulemaking proceeding.
Thank you. Commissioner, are you?
Thank you, Chair Reading. I wanted a point of order. We are talking about one claim number, right? We still have another claim number to discuss. So I presume this motion refers to claim number 02B?
Correct. The top on my, only the very top item, 09Y2502B for $100,045.57.
And I would like to clarify that based on the motion that's on the floor, we will be, I presume, taking a roll call vote, and whether that succeeds or fails, we will deal with the ramifications after that. And if the point of that is that this motion does pass, I would contend that we're only left probably at that point with administrative action of some type. I don't need to explain that, but we do have a motion properly moved and seconded on the floor that we are about to deal with, and I just would like to implore my fellow commissioners to think about the ramifications and what this means to the future of the wolf program and how landowners and the people who actually steward the landscape view cooperating in this way. Thank you, Chair.
May I please respond to Mr. Matter's comment?
Sure.
he mentioned getting claimants' input on if there was a potential for rulemaking. I think, we represent Farrell, we represent Coberly Creek, which will come up next with the same exact claim. I think that, we think the regulation means missing and dead, to missing and dead, but if the option on the table is deny or consider a settlement, or consider a rulemaking, I think our clients would be willing to consider the rulemaking.
Thank you. That said, it's been properly moved and seconded. I don't see further discussion. I think we need to take a roll call vote on this. Oh, wait a second. Commissioner Beaulieu.
I was just getting in the queue.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No.
Chair.
All right.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would like to have a clarification of the motion before we vote. Thank you.
Sure. So the motion, as I understand it, is to deny, as per the division's recommendation, the claim number 09Y2502B. If we can get a roll call vote.
I'll call names in random order. Please make sure your mic is on so we can hear you clearly for your vote. Otero.
No.
Vardy.
No.
Silva Blaney.
No.
Beaulieu.
Yes.
Touchton. I do need you to, with your mic, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Jacober.
No.
Emmerich.
Yes.
May.
No.
Murphy.
Yes.
Robinson.
No.
Chair Reading.
Yes.
Just one moment. We have 5 yeses and 6 noes. The motion does not pass.
Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I make a motion to enter into a settlement agreement for the amount of $100,045.57 for the claimant.
Commissioner May.
I second that motion, Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Jacober.
I was going to make a different motion, but we'll have that one on the table.
Discussion has been properly moved and seconded. Do we have additional discussion? Commissioner Silva Blaney.
Can you please clarify, Commissioner Robinson, when you said you motioned for a settlement?
The reason I motion for a settlement is because there's a difference of opinion into what is legally allowed and how we legally define missing. However, with a settlement, you can settle in any way you want, no matter what the regulation says. And so I think it's the easiest way to define and to allow for us to compensate without getting into legal definitions.
Thank you.
Is there additional discussion? Seeing none, I think we take another roll call vote.
Same protocol. I will call names in random order. Touchton.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Jacober.
Yes.
Otero.
Yes.
Silva Blaney.
Yes.
May.
Yes.
Vardy.
Yes.
Emmerich.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Beaulieu.
No.
Chair Reading.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, now we're on to item number 12 on our agenda. It's a very similar item, and I hope we can do it in less time. as the first one. So Council Pritchard. I'm hoping we can do this in 5 minutes.
Yes, that's correct. He's going to pull up a PowerPoint, though. I just have a slide I want to show you guys. Okay, thank you. Again, Kathleen Pritchard, lawyer at Wellborn Sullivan, representing Coberly Creek. Coberly Creek is a livestock producer in Routt County, and like the Farrells, they experienced significant losses from wolves in '24. This is a very similar slide to what I put up before. This presentation will be short. I just want to walk through this claim because it is a little bit complicated. It has 3 subsets of compensation. The first is the September 2024 base compensation, which CPW has recommended for approval. The second is the reduced conception rates, which again, CPW has recommended for approval. And then they have the same missing calves claim that Farrell Livestock had. The amount that CPW has recommended for approval is approximately $66,000. Again, what is at issue is the missing calves. You heard our argument in that, you just deliberated. We agreed with the division to incorporate those discussions by reference so that I won't repeat them here, but they will be in the record. And I will just put this slide up so you can see how we calculated Coberly Creek's actual missing losses, actual direct losses from missing calves to be around $30,000. So again, the question before you is whether to apply the missing calves claim as written and compensate Coberly Creek for its direct losses. I will note that this issue is going to continue coming before you, not because people are adversarial, but because your regulation, they are entitled to compensation under your regulation, and that is the intent of your regulation. You've heard it over and over today. So I would implore you to compensate Coberly Creek for the amount requested and to provide clarification on this issue going forward. The intent was to provide compensation, and that's what we're asking for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Council Cooperstein?
Same mistake. Don't learn from him. Thanks for having me back. I'm going to jump straight to it, just give you some numbers that might help you to make your decision, might not, but you see the total breakdown of the compensation here. The division recommends paying $66,807.29 and denying the $30,860 claim for missing animals. It's for the exact same reasons as the Farrell Livestock claim. Current year's missing doesn't exceed the baseline death loss. I'm just going to throw out the ratios again in case that helps put this in perspective. First, if they'd pursued a ratio claim instead of an itemized, their total compensation would have been $10,801 on the 7-to-1 ratio. So they've exceeded that by 600% already with the recommendation the division's making here. And if you view this as a strict ratio, meaning if you take their one confirmed depredation from 2024 and compare it to the $66,000, we have a 42-to-1 ratio that they're being compensated at currently. So those are the reasons supporting the division's position that this is fair compensation as recommended, and the division respectfully requests that the commission affirm its partial denial of Coberly Creek's claims and approve payment in the amount of $66,807.29. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Touchton.
Can I offer a rebuttal, please?
Sure.
Thank you. As we incorporated by reference the discussion from Feral Livestock, for the exact same reasons, these claims are separate. And we would ask that anything you did for Feral Livestock should be done for Coberly Creek. Again, your mandate is to pay fair compensation, and the only fair thing to do today, if you're not going to read the regulation as written, is to provide the same settlement amount to Coberly Creek. Thank you.
Chair Touchton. Chair Touchton. I'm getting all the chairs wrong. Commissioner Touchton.
That was an unexpected promotion.
Yes, please take over.
Well, they say consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds. But I anticipate it will turn out exactly the same. But I feel compelled to support our attorneys and our staff and make a motion to approve what they recommended that we do. And then when we vote, I think we can go on to see what we want to do in the vein of settlement or otherwise.
So it's been moved, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. So we got a motion on the floor. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Chair Reading. I am not going to second that motion, just in case. But I did want to make the comment that it had been talked about before about how some of this may be overly compensatory for some of the losses. But as I talked to you about it, when a cow loses a calf, when you have a cow that is just starting to raise a baby calf and you're a couple months away from breeding season and that cow loses the calf, there is a high probability that that cow will not cycle and will not settle, and you will not get a calf the following year. So that's the reason for our conception rates, not even the fact that if cattle are under stress, they may not cycle and may not breed. So I just wanted to clarify that some of that, even though it may sound overly generous, is not at all. Because just the fact of getting your cow settled to where they're going to have a calf the next year is a very difficult process. And all of this is exponential against that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chair Reading. For the same reasons in our last discussion, I'll be seconding. I second Chair, wow, I was about to say Chair Touchton, Commissioner Touchton's motion.
I think we're going to promote Commissioner Touchton to chair. And any discussion on the motion has been properly moved and seconded?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just because this has many components to it, can I just clarify my understanding of the motion, which would be to pay two components of the claim 10Y2513 and deny the itemized component of the claim, but the staff's recommended payment is $66,807.29.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Matter.
Yes, that was my intent, to move to do exactly what staff recommended.
Thank you. I think we'll take a roll call vote on this. It's been properly moved and seconded. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Again, in random order, make sure your microphone is on so that I can properly record your vote. Murphy.
Yes.
Emmerich.
Yes.
Beaulieu.
Yes.
Touchton.
Yes.
Silva Blaney.
No.
Otero.
No.
Vardy,
No.
Jacober,
No.
Robinson,
No.
May,
No.
Chair Reading.
Yes.
Just one moment. 5 yeses, 6 nos. The motion does not pass.
Do I have another motion? Commissioner
guess-
Touchton.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
You're on.
sorry. Again, consistency. I would make a motion that we offer the claimant a settlement of $30,860.
Commissioner Otero.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Commissioner Emmerich. Commissioner, oh, it's stuck. Okay. Commissioner Robinson.
I think the only discussion piece I want to have is to thank my fellow commissioners for the robust discussion. I think these are not easy, and no matter what the outcome, I think it's really this discussion that we've had and this show of democracy and how we are coming to our conclusions is really, really important. And so I just encourage us to continue to that and to consider what we need to do to make sure that we can streamline this in the future and that the rules are clear.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Touchton. Oh, it's stuck on. Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Can we have a roll call vote on this?
Yes. Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioners, we're going to go ahead and have our tech team turn on and off the mics just for the roll call. I think we're having an issue with the queue. Jacober. Maybe this doesn't work.
Yes.
Touchton.
Do I push it or? Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Otero.
Yes.
Vardy.
Yes.
May.
Yes.
Beaulieu.
No.
Emmerich.
Yes.
Silva Blaney.
Yes.
Chair Reading.
No.
That is 9 yeses and 2 nos. The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Just, may I interrupt for just
Yes,
the
council matter.
The motion was to settle for 3860, and by my interpretation, that also means paying the $65,000 in reduced conception weights as recommended by the division and the $1,600 in base compensation death, the other two components of that claim.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's how I understand it. Thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item number 13. We can have Brian Dreher and Eric Odell come up and give us a WOLP program update. Thank you, gentlemen.
We ready?
Please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Reading. Good afternoon, Executive Director Gibbs, Commissioners, Director Davis, Chair. For the record, my name is Eric Odell. I'm the Wolf Conservation Program Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Brian is with me as well. I'll let him introduce himself.
Good afternoon, Directors, Chair Reading, Commissioners. Brian Dreher, Assistant Director for the Terrestrial Wildlife Branch. It's good to be here this afternoon.
We're going to make just an informative presentation today in the opposite order of the way that we're listed on the agenda. I'll go first, and then Brian will present some additional information, and we'll have some time, I think, for questions and discussions if there is any afterwards. So just here today to provide a bunch of information and some responses to issues that we've been seeing in the media and so on too. So to address some components of the wolf management that we've been part of, the wolf monitoring, and also to give you updates on some other exciting news that we've got too. So I'm going to talk a bit first about the annual report that you all have recently received. I'm going to talk about some of the wolf mortality that we've experienced since wolves were reintroduced in January of 2025. I'm going to give an update on the dens that we have and some of the pack names that have been given to those wolves. I'm going to describe some of the wolf movement and show some really interesting, I think, animations that will show, give you a context for the way wolves are using the landscape and in very, very different ways. And I'm going to talk very briefly about plans for 2026. So the annual report is something that we're required to do. We provide an annual report that covers a biological year from April 1st of a year through March 31st of the subsequent year. So the 2024-2025 annual report covers that period from April 1st, 2024 through March 31st of 2025. It's a document that we're required to do both from a variety of ways, from the 10J rule, from statutory language. We have to share it with the legislature, and of course we share it with the commission. And importantly, it's available on our website, publicly available there as well. And so the annual report covers many different things. It covers the history and the background of wolf restoration. It covers the legal status of wolves in Colorado. Some of these things are statutorily required for us to cover in this annual report. We describe in some detail the reintroduction of the 15 animals from British Columbia in January 2025. We describe the monitoring of the population. That's the point where we go through and talk about the mortality of wolves that we've seen, the reproduction that we've experienced, and provide an annual minimum count at some point, maybe a population estimate too of what the wolf population is in Colorado. So we won't be in this period of providing a running total of where wolves are each particular day or week or month. We describe many of the management tools that have been employed and deployed. We describe some of the research findings to date, agency collaboration with many of our partners and NGO groups, and many of the education, outreach, and media efforts that the agency has taken. So it's a comprehensive look in a digestible way of all of the wolf effort that has been put forward in the last year. And so that's available to all of you. It's available also on our public website. So the table that's here documents all of the confirmed wolf confirmation, or all of the confirmed wolf mortality that we've occurred since reintroduction was initiated. So it goes all the way back prior to this last year. And so again, in the annual report that I just described, we do talk about wolf mortality. Many of the cases that you see here are not listed in the annual report that I just described because those have occurred after the April 1st date. And so those are not included in the annual report that's available publicly now, but it will be a year from now. So it's important to note, one really important thing is when we discuss wolf mortality and specifically the cause of death, what caused those wolves to die. Because of the federal status of wolves, because they're federally endangered, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has management authority over that. And so we really rely on them in their necropsy lab, their forensic lab in Ashland, Oregon, and to do the necropsy reports to make determinations of causes of death. We Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff don't do that. And we also rely on the Fish and Wildlife Service for relevant law enforcement authorities at this point. If federal status changes, that reverts back to the state's responsibility. So the wolf restoration plan has a benchmark in it. It says if our survival drops below 70% for the wolves that were reintroduced in that particular year, we'll take a look at protocols. And a couple of things that I want to talk about with that. There's a reason that it says 70%. when we were writing the wolf restoration and management plan, we looked at a population viability analysis, a tool that Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife had done to look at how some of their demographic metrics affect wolf population. And so from a theoretical perspective, if survival drops below 70%, that generally means a declining population. And so that's an important metric to say, okay, if we're having something happen with the protocols that we're using for our capture, our transport, and our reintroduction protocols, then we want to know about that. And that really stems from our experiences with lynx. When we began our lynx reintroduction in 1999, we had a really high mortality in those first years. And the way those animals were transported is they were literally flown in commercial airlines at the time. It's not an option now. They were flown commercially in pet carriers, driven to the release sites and opened within the next day or two. We had really, really high starvation rates. We did not have reproduction. And so it was that starvation rate that really a lot made us think about, well, what do we need to do? How do we need to change protocols? And so we changed protocols for lynx because we could detect that what we were doing was not working, was not productive. So we kept those animals in captivity and fed them, got them in a good body condition over a period of weeks or months, and then released them, and then ultimately had much higher survival, led to reproduction, and now we've got a sustaining population of lynx. So that's the context as to why we have this benchmark in the wolf restoration plan. If there's something that we can do, that we can say, okay, this is, there's something that's not going quite right with the protocols that we're using, we want to have the ability to fix that. So this red box, there are two red boxes really. These outline the 5 animals that were reintroduced this year that have since died. 2 of those were killed in Wyoming, were legally killed in Wyoming under control efforts, and 3 of them still remain under investigation by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So we really can't say anything. We're awaiting some final necropsy reports from Fish and Wildlife Service on those remaining 3. But what we can say is that none of those protocols, none of those mortalities are due to any of the protocols from our capture efforts, from our transport from the source from British Columbia to Colorado, or from our releases. And so what really the fundamental point of all of this is that there's no reason for us to consider a change in protocols. We don't need to think about going to a soft releases or trying to precondition the wolves before release. And also importantly, there's no reason justifiably to use the wolf mortality as a suggestion for pausing reintroduction. There's not just a tie to those two things. This has already gotten some media attention, but from the very beginning of this spring, as we're monitoring wolf locations and wolf movement using the GPS collars, we've detected that there have been 4 dens. And so when we call a pack is when we've got a breeding pair that has made an attempt and gone into a den. And so we can tell that by the way that they move, and you'll understand that a little bit better in just a moment when I show some of these animations. So we've got 4 dens, and we've been talking about those for some time this spring. And our staff, our local staff are given the responsibility, the opportunity to come up with names of those packs. And so from this point forward, we'll be able to describe in clear language what we're talking about. So in Pitkin County, of course, we have the Copper Creek pack, and then 3 new packs have developed in this year. So we've got the One Ear pack is in western Jackson County. The King Mountain pack is in Routt County, and the 3 Creeks pack is in Rio Blanco County. So we've got biologists that are out continuing to monitor those dens and looking at pup counts as we can get those. Pups are just inherently difficult to monitor at this time of the year. They're small. They're up until about now, they're tied very closely to the den in deep cover. So we don't have pup counts at all of those den sites. We do have cameras deployed at a lot of those, and we have captured some really compelling trail camera photos and videos of those. So I'd like to share with you, these are our animals, pup photos from the King Mountain pack. These are all taken about in June. The date is on the bottom, June 22nd. We think that these pups were born mid-April, so these are about 10, 12 weeks old animals at this point in time. We don't know, of course, the exact date of birth. Probably about, they're still very much tied to a rendezvous site. They're probably weaned by this time, so they're no longer nursing, but they're tied very tightly to a rendezvous site. They're not at the point where they can travel with a pack, but they are out and about. So not only do we have some photos, but we also have some videos, and I sure hope that this works. So you can see in here, of course, we don't know genders. This is the King Mountain Pack. Again, these are we have a minimum count through looking through all the videos and photos that we have. There's a minimum count of at least 4 pups in this pack. Wolf biology is such that that's about average, 4 to 5, maybe 6 pups per litter. And about 50% of those pups will make it to the first year. So we don't expect all of these pups to live throughout the year and make it to the whole year. But with all of the packs that we have, this reproduction is really key. It's a really key point in the restoration of wolves to the state. Despite some things that you may hear, not all aspects of wolf management have been a failure. So I've got a series of animations here. Brenna Cassidy is our wolf monitoring and data coordinator. She's done an incredible job using the GPS collar data that we have to put these animations together. And so on the PowerPoint that's shared on the commission website, the screens don't work out all that great. And so there's screen captures at the very end of the presentation to look at those. So these are 4 different animations. And so they'll cycle through. And so I'll kind of tell you about what you're seeing here. Again, these are results of the GPS collar information that we have. These GPS collars collect a point every 4 hours. And then they, as we get a certain number of points, those will upload. So what you're seeing here are the paths. If I can move this. Okay, so this is from May 1st to July 31st. These are 2 different animals. Oops. So the yellow line is Wolf 2312. This is in the spring of 2024. This is the breeding female from the Copper Creek pack. The blue line is 2302, a different female that's not tied to a pack. And so the purpose of this animation is really to show the differences of a particular time of the year. Certainly the 2312, the breeding female, is going to use a larger geography for the remainder of the year. But you can see how wolves change their use, whether they're tied to a den or not. So, and some interesting metrics to think about. The 2302, the blue line animal, covered in this period of time 919 miles, whereas the yellow line, the 2312, covered 556 miles, about half the distance. Also interesting is how much they travel per day. The larger moving animal, 2302, covered about 10 miles per day, and the breeding female, 2312, about 6 miles per day, with the maximum distances of 29 miles for 2302 and 16 miles a day for 2312. Also interesting is a way that we look at the kind of the landscape metrics of what's the area that they're using, and how much if you were to draw a line and draw a circle around all of those lines, the blue animal, the blue lined animal, is covering an area of about 1,450 square miles, whereas the yellow area encompasses the yellow lined animal encompasses an area of about 39 square miles. So far different. But again, really important to say that that's not the annual territory size. But as wolves do pair and develop these territories, and we have packs, they will be, we expect, in a much more constrained area that will be, we intend, hopefully, be much more easy to manage. One thing I do want to say is take note of the scale bar. So on the scale bar of that previous animation was 30 miles. We're down to 6 miles here. And instead of 2 animals, this is just 1 animal, but looking at how that behavior, how that landscape use changes over time. So again, this covers a time period from March through the end of May. So it encompasses that breeding season. Up until about April 11th is when we think that the breeding happened. The animal the path is indicated in yellow. So you can see that up until right about now. Then the movement stops and the purple shows up. And so this is how the movement patterns change from before she's in a den until she's in a den. A couple of really interesting things of this. The females are very active. They're hunting, they're moving literally up until the day before they go down into the den. They're very, very active. But then once they are in the den, they're underground for a few days. We don't see their collars upload, and then they take a very, very high sight fidelity to that particular spot. If you look at the scale bar, you'll notice a huge difference here. Instead of being 30 miles or 6 miles, now we're talking about 100 miles. This is a female that was reintroduced this year. These movements are not normal necessarily, but they're not surprising in some ways too. So this is female 2516 that has made very large movements and continued to move since she was released in January of this year. So she started out in Eagle County, then went west, down towards where we are here in Grand Junction, circled back, went up towards Steamboat, down through Middle Park and South Park, through Gunnison and Montrose, back to Grand Junction, back up, and cycled around several times through all of western Colorado, and really has not stopped moving. So this is a period from January 16th, the day after or the day of reintroduction, through June 30th, just a couple of weeks ago. We had to have some cutoff time. That encompasses 165 days. In that 165 days, this individual wolf has covered 2,469 miles, averaging almost 15 miles a day for 165 days. Pretty amazing movements, not stopping to spend too much time in any particular location, and it's just very interesting behaviors that we have seen. We have not seen any other wolves cover the landscape in quite this way. So this final animation is a comparison of 3 different females. Again, that green line is what you just saw in the previous animation. This is 2516 making her 2,500 mile jaunt around western Colorado. The orange one is a breeding female. That's very closely tied to a den, and then the purple is another female that is not necessarily tied to a den, or is not tied to a den, but traveling in that same time frame in a very different way. And so, spending some time very localized, then taking a broad movement, localizing again for a period of time, and then moving on again. So really, not a whole lot to make of these other than just 3 very different examples of how female wolves will use the Colorado landscape. Before I hand it to Brian, just a very brief discussion of plans for 2026. So we are planning for our 3rd year of reintroductions. We're in discussions to develop agreements with sources to complement the wolves that are already in Colorado. And we anticipate that these reintroduction efforts will happen in January of 2026. Our local CPW staff have already reached out to the local stakeholders, stockman groups, to engage with some of those discussions. There's meetings towards the end of this month on that. And for this year, we'll be focusing our reintroduction in the Southwest Polygon is part of the state from our plan. And so not a whole lot more details to stay on that at this point in time, really working through a lot of the logistical details. At this point in time last year, we were not at this point. We're ahead of the kind of the calendar for our planning purposes. And so I'm not concerned about any of that. And in fact, for year 1, it wasn't too long ago before we even we had just had the plan approved and began those discussions. So we're in good shape, and we have a lot of good time to take care of all the permitting, logistical, and other things to work through before we're ready for that. But those conversations are ongoing. Our local staff will keep the local communities, local decision makers involved in those discussions, and we will all the way through our agency leadership as well. Without thinking that I was going to be last, I have the questions, but before I take questions, I'll pass it to Brian and let him present his information.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. So I'm going to be presenting on kind of our conflict minimization programs, the different work that we're doing. It's my honor to do this, just to represent the amazing staff that CPW has and the really hard work that they're doing out on the landscape. Each and every day. So efforts on conflict minimization continue to evolve with the changing seasons as wolves, native ungulates, and livestock movements, locations, and behaviors change with the season. Additionally, human recreation also comes into consideration as much of the landscape of the state has become more accessible to use, affecting the behaviors and movements of the above-mentioned animals. A month ago, much of Colorado's livestock were in areas closer to human habitation and maternal calving pastures, which are often on private lands. Now many are in larger range operations on both public and private lands. As such, the conflict minimization tools must adapt as well. 5 months ago, flattery, scare devices, intensive carcass management, trail camera monitoring, and frequent visual checks of livestock as well as adaptive tools such as human sounds and scent distribution were commonly used strategies. Now, efforts such as range riding, which can use some of those previously mentioned tools, are the most frequently used tool. While these practices and much of the remainder of my presentation will focus on wolf-livestock conflict, it's important to acknowledge the presence of bears and mountain lions is also widespread throughout the landscape, and we continue to see depredation attributable to these species as well. CPW currently has 9 range riders actively engaged and deployed throughout the state, with an emphasis on concentrated wolf activity associated with denning and pup rearing. Though riders are moved as needed to be adapted to the needs of other locations, in addition, CDA staff have been highly involved, and we're very thankful for that, and responsive and valuable to our collaborative effort. Further, there are additional range riders and privately hired herders working primarily with sheep, actively working throughout the state. These are funded through other mechanisms, including individual cash investments, CDA-led grants, NRCS programs, just to name a few. An important note is that these efforts, especially in those areas concentrated wolf activity, have a high amount of communication and coordination from the ranchers in the areas. It must be stated that Colorado's cattle and sheep producers have been overwhelmingly engaged and working for solutions both proactively and during movements or moments of heightened conflict. Following is a brief overview of the efforts associated with the concentrated areas of wolf activity, or the packs that Eric just mentioned. Personnel referenced here include CDA staff, CPW area staff, CPW damage specialists, and CPW contracted range riders, and CDA range riders throughout the state that we have. I'll start by the King Mountain Pack in Routt County. 2 active range riders are covering the northern and southern portions of this area, and a third is rotating in as needed. Further support comes from CPW staff from Area 8 and Area 10, and damage specialists working in that area. The United States Forest Service is also supporting these efforts through the use of a ranger station. Riders have relationships with the landowners in the area and are in close communication with area producers. Riders are monitoring livestock and looking for wolf sign and presence in close proximity. Additionally, efforts for carcass management continue, even within more remote areas, which can look different from carcass management in more accessible areas. This may include moving carcasses to less conflict-prone areas and trying to direct livestock movements away from known carcasses. Next, I'll talk about the One-Ear Pack in Jackson County. Staff, including CPW contracted range riders, Area 10 staff, and 3 damage specialists, and CDA staff have been coordinating the on-the-ground efforts in this area since April 15th. These efforts include daytime riding and detailed checks of livestock to detect livestock health issues, behavioral changes, and noticeable losses. Producers in the areas are also working with other tools, including GPS ear tags on livestock and emerging technologies for scare devices, through additional support from partners, including Colorado State University. As mentioned in my introduction, the seasonal change in livestock, native ungulates, and wolves continue to be monitored with proactive scenario planning. Producers continue to lend valuable information and coordination in this effort, which helps CPW staff learn the land. I'll now briefly talk about the Copper Creek Pack in Pitkin County. The commission held its public. The commission and the public received a full update of this effort being under the effort being conducted there at the July 7th special meeting, so I won't go into a lot of detail. Currently, daily range riding and communication with producers is happening. Livestock in this area continue to move, and the landscape where they're located is challenging, with thick oak brush and broken terrain, including down timber. Staff have used various tools to detect where wolves are and work to create distance between livestock and wolves to the best of their ability. Numerous individuals have been involved in this effort, including a staff from Area 8, CPW damage specialists, CDA, 2 state contracted range riders. As needed, other trained individuals from around the state have been rotated in to provide an additional hand and to provide needed rest. Additionally, ranch staff have been very active the past several months in doing carcass management, livestock checks, and communicating with CPW. The human effort in this situation has been incredibly intensive. Last, I'll cover the Three Creeks Pack in Rio Blanco County. This effort here includes 4 different range riders, with 3 of them setting established camps in the larger landscapes and shifts up to 11 active days at a time. The terrain in this area varies widely and can be extremely remote. Increasing numbers of livestock started showing up in June and early July. Coordination with grazers began months ago prior to the moving of livestock into this area. And rancher investment into personnel, such as herders, and additional effort is helping to reduce conflict. CPW Area 6 and Area 10 staff have been active in the area, along with damage specialists. As other areas in Colorado, the intermix of carnivores and wildlife is high, which adds to the complexity of the situation in that area. Of the 4 packs discussed above, it's important to note that 3 of the packs have had minimal conflicts to date. This may be attributed to multiple factors, not of least of which is the participation and coordination with ranchers in these areas and CPW staff, CDA staff, and range riders. And we fully recognize that that situation could change anytime, and we can't just rest on that. We need to stay vigilant and adapt to whatever kind of gets thrown our direction. All these efforts, as well as the monitoring of individual wolf movements and behaviors, are supported through information and analysis provided by local species conservation and game biologists, CPW Wolf Conflict Minimization Coordinator, the CPW Wolf Coordinator, and our Mammals Research Group. Planning for future scenarios is ongoing. Input is often sought from other states and professionals regarding future actions. Now on to a few other additional updates. CPW staff continue to investigate livestock carcasses, determine cause-specific mortality. As you know, the timing of these investigations is important, and the determination of the cause is complicated by the time since death. I'm proud to highlight that we're working on some efforts in Northwest Colorado to try and look at giving producers in remote areas Garmin inReach units so they can quickly notify staff when they notify individuals on that landscape when they may identify depredated animals. That way we can have hopefully a faster response time. This will be important as Colorado is home to numerous species of carnivores and a wide array of scavengers that can alter or remove evidence quickly. CPW staff have been highly responsive in these investigations. One of the duties of the range riders is to provide identification of new deaths, though this can be challenged by locating carcasses and access through steep terrain, dead and down trees, thick forest, brush, and vast acreage. CPW will soon hire a wolf damage and conflict minimization manager, which will bring additional expertise and support to the overall program. Coordination with CDA continues, and in May, CPW finalized the MOU with Wildlife Services regarding the non-lethal support and depredation investigations. Further, CPW and CSU staff have been engaged with livestock producers in evaluating the process for indirect itemized production losses. The preferred solutions for this work are expected this fall. From a funding perspective, I'm pleased to report that the Born to Be Wild license plates have brought in just over $900,000 as of July 1. These funds complement the allocations from the legislature, the donations from the CPW philanthropy program, and our efforts. Finally, Colorado ranchers and agriculturists continue to work with CPW through trying times and unknown outcomes towards reducing conflict. Their personal investment of time, resources, and access is vital and deeply appreciated. With that, Chair Reading, we'll take any questions you all might have.
Thank you for that great presentation, guys. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, and I really appreciate you all. I want to talk just quickly about the traveling map, which was really interesting to see. Could you talk a little bit, and you may not have this data, so I understand. Could you talk a little bit about, number one, it'd be really interesting to see that on a map, and I'm assuming there's reasons why you didn't do that on a map, but I would love to see what the elevations were for all that travel, whether they were going up and down mountains or across normal landscape or flat landscape. That's the first question. I'll give you the second one as well.
Yep.
On the second question, my thought was where they were in a small circle or a small area, were there ranches that have had known depredations and or just cattle and stuff in those areas where there's a small footprint versus the large footprint?
Yeah, great questions. Thank you for both of those. And so, we all get accustomed to our smartwatches and watching how our runs or skis or bike rides show us our elevation and even our heart rates and how those change through time. And we can certainly do that with some of these animations and to show how we can't obviously do heart rate, but we can show elevation and show how they're crossing some really high elevation times at times of the year, which you wouldn't necessarily expect. And so we certainly have the capability to do that kind of mapping. We do anonymize it on purpose. I mean, it's very sensitive data, and so we don't, it was intentional to put it on a black background without that geographic context and look at it really just from a relative perspective. How far, just generally, how do wolves use Western Colorado in different ways? And so, so that was an intentional effort to have it that way. Our staff, of course, have access to the data with geographic reference. And so we know where things are. We know as animals are localizing, those staff will reach out to, if an animal is in a particular area for a particular point in time, a couple of days, then they will make those outreaches and talk to people. But you can kind of understand some of the challenges with that as we see that 2516 moving 15 miles a day. There's a balance in how much outreach do you do, because the animal very well could not be there the next day. And again, we're not getting these data live. We're getting these data on a delayed process. And so in terms of what those animals were doing at those particular points in time where you saw, as an example, the purple animal that stopped for periods of time, I don't know precisely what was happening at that place, but we do, our biologists, our local DWMs are looking into those clusters and seeing if that's in some cases it could be a native ungulate hunt, and that was a success. It could be that they've just found some time to rest or find something else that draws them to that point in time. And so as they do localize, we do take that opportunity and share with landowners where animals are and what kind of precautions they should think about as well.
Okay, so the answer for the depredation stuff is that it could be, it couldn't be, or like,
I wasn't specific in my answer because I don't know for those specific cases. It could be that it was livestock depredation. It could be that it was native ungulate hunts, predation. And so I just don't know precise for those specific examples.
Okay, thank you. And I also want to thank you for showing us that video. That was really cool to see.
Pretty exciting.
So, thank you.
Good sign. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Touchton.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, wolf puppies are a lot happier than dead cows. So thank you for switching gears. But in seriousness, I just wanted to say, first off, good job. I mean, the biology part of this, you guys have handled it extremely well. I view it as a biological wildlife relocation project. It's gone extremely well. We have reproduction, we have fairly high survival within, close to parameters. The social side of things is a little more problematic, but what we can manage, you guys have done a great job. And so I just wanted to commend you on running a wolf reintroduction program as requested by our citizens. I did have the actual questions on, it's also a really cool science project. We've reintroduced a large coursing predator to a landscape that didn't have it for, I don't know, close to 100 years functionally. And if you could speak at all about what types of science you might attempt or would like to do, and what we can learn from what's like for a state wildlife agency, a fascinating first of its kind project.
Yeah, thank you for the comments, Commissioner Touchton. And to your first comments, nothing's been a surprise so far. I think that's an important statement, is that we knew that there was going to be conflict from the very beginning. It was never a supposition that wolves and livestock are going to get along great. We knew that there was going to be conflict. We knew that there would be dead wolves, and we knew that there would be wolf reproduction. So these are all landmarks that are important parts in the whole effort of wolf restoration. Nothing is a surprise, and dealing with it certainly has proven challenging for producers, for CPW staff, for a variety of others. But it is a success. I think we're working towards success. in many different ways, not just from a wolf population side of things, but from a producer perspective as well. We hope to aim for that. In terms of the types of science that we're doing, you're right, we have incredible opportunity to look at all different kinds of things. We can look at, and we have researchers that are dedicated to simply investigating a lot of these different kinds of questions, looking at just general wolf ecology. How are wolves using the landscape that they've been reintroduced to? You know, what kind of movement patterns, what kind of demography are we seeing? What are the reproduction rates? What are their survival rates? Things like that are just kind of very fundamental, basic ecology kinds of questions about wolves. We're also looking at some of the research about some of the tools that we're using for conflict minimization. How are these working? What's effective? Are there new emerging tools that could be effective as well? Drones as an example. Is this a tool that it gets some good media coverage? Is it something that is practical and useful for us to consider? What else? We're looking at other research investigations, looking at livestock management and how some of those kinds of changes can, or how livestock management can be affected by wolf presence and so on, and what kind of tools are, again, effective at trying to minimize that kind of conflict. I'm sure there's others that I'm missing.
Well, I might just add that, a few years ago, we hired Dr. Ellen Brandel onto our mammals research staff, and she's going to be dedicated to essentially many of the questions and projects that Eric just referenced. And so certainly this learning aspect of wolf restoration is something that we're very interested in, and we'll be looking forward to getting her projects off the ground.
That's great. Thank you, guys. And just one more, I don't want to add to your long list, but it comes up quite a bit in public comment. If we could design something that would answer this debate about whether wolves will selectively prey on chronic wasting disease animals, because half my public comment says this is great for chronic wasting disease, and the other half says it has no impact. And it seems like we might be able to actually get some data and studies that start to answer that question. The other, it's not really a concern, but I just don't quite understand it, is with the wolf death investigations. I understand you have to wait for a necropsy, but when it's a human caused, like a shot animal, it's both a federal crime and a state crime. And I used to do legal work with drugs or whatever. Those two investigations can occur in parallel. If it's a state crime, the state can investigate the violation of the State Endangered Species Act, and the federal government can investigate the Federal Endangered Species Act. But just because it's a federal crime doesn't mean the state is powerless. And it's probably not in your wheelhouse, but I just was curious why we don't also pursue state law-based violations or investigations.
I think you're correct in saying it may not be in my wheelhouse. I was looking around for Law Enforcement Chief Ty Petersburg. I think it would probably be a better question for him in terms of that investigation aspect of those mortalities.
Well, maybe I'll try to chase him down at dinner or something, but I think the public is interested in that as well. So at some point it might be good to have law enforcement explain what are the state's options in these situations where state law was also violated.
Understood.
Just two last things.
One thing, Director Davis.
Yeah, I've been trying to chat Brian and Eric. There's another really important research component maybe, Brian, you can tap into. Sorry to shift gears on you, Commissioner. And that's our ungulate research as part of that too, right? That's another really important piece of what are these animals as they grow and spread across the landscape, what are the effects on our ungulate populations?
Thank you, Director Davis, for that kind softball that you just threw my way. So yeah, in preparation for wolf restoration within Colorado, knowing that wolves can have impacts on elk abundance, we added elk monitoring areas, starting with 3 areas. One is in South Park, one is in Middle Park, and one is down in the Gunnison Basin. This next winter, we're going to bring on a 4th monitoring area where we're going to be monitoring elks, which I'll talk about in a minute what parameters we're monitoring, but we're going to be bringing on a study area in the White River as well. In each of those study areas, we're going to maintain about 80 to 100, I think, roughly adult cows that will be collared with GPS technology. And then every winter, we go in and capture, I believe it's 60 calves, and we're looking at overwinter calf survival. And to the extent possible, then we're looking at cause-specific mortality to understand how survival rates of our elk in some of these major elk populations might change as having an additional carnivore on the landscape. This complements the deer mortality monitoring that we're already doing. And so, in many areas, those study areas overlap. We chose them because they not only were some of our larger elk populations within the state, but that they represented places that we expected that wolves at some point in time would colonize. And so we're using that to understand both kind of before and after survival rates and changes that we see. And we're going to use that information then in our license setting process to try and make the most responsible decisions that we can with our elk resource and deer resource. So I'll leave it at thank you, Director Davis, for bringing that one.
Mr. Chair. New Mr. Chair.
Still with
that
questions? Unexpected promotion suddenly occurred.
Yeah.
Do you have more comments?
Yeah, sorry.
Please continue.
Just building on that, it's not lost on us, right? The importance of deer and elk hunting and management in the state of Colorado, and in particular to our rural communities that really depend on healthy, robust, big game populations, and also to our rural producers that have diversified in some cases their operations such that they do livestock production, but also guiding and outfitting and providing some private and public hunting opportunities on their land. So it's really important to us that we stay on top of that research and make sure that we know what's happening out there, and we can make sure that everyone stays healthy on the landscape.
Thank you, Director Davis. Back to you, Commissioner Touchton.
I see our law enforcement chief has arrived. So was someone brief you on the question I was asking?
Sort of, I believe is the answer. So if you could help me understand your question.
What I was asking about is when we have a wolf mortality, I understand federal government is the primary, they do the necropsy, but if it comes back as it was a human-caused mortality, like a poached animal, it's a federal crime, but it's also a state crime under our state Endangered Species Act. And I don't know why there cannot be parallel state and federal investigations for the separate crimes that occurred, such as occurs in, say, a drug case or other sorts of cases where the two sovereigns both run their own investigation and do their own prosecutions.
Yeah, great question. And for the record, Ty Petersburg, I'm the Chief of Law Enforcement, Assistant Director of Field Services. And so to get to the crux of your question, yes, that is feasible to have a parallel investigation and prosecution. However, there is a precedent based on just the federal law and the authority of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for those federal investigations under Endangered Species Act. If a prosecution was to come to fruition under the law, it would be a much more severe consequences for violation of their law for Endangered Species Act. And so we have a lot to do on our plate, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does as well, but they have agents in the state and through discussions with their law enforcement staff. It's the agreement we've come to that they're going to be the priority and the, what am I trying to say, the lead on those types of investigations. Part of it makes sense just for the sake of their evidence collection, their labs, their authority, quite honestly, and being able to work an investigation under these circumstances. So that's how we've worked as a state. And when we have a major Lacey Act violation that occurs, certainly we can do that as well, but it's the same sort of precedent. If we have something that comes from Colorado, goes out of state, and there's a pretty significant federal nexus, oftentimes we take a step back and allow them to take the lead. So this is not out of context with how we handle other federal investigations as well. I hope that answers your question, but it might not.
No, it does. I'm just somewhat trepidatious about the future, and so I was asking the question.
Sure, certainly.
But back to my science guys, then I'll be done quickly, I hope. Well, just my other it's more a comment. At some point, we should rebrand the Copper Creek PAC, because hopefully they no longer live anywhere near Copper Creek, and at some point, the number of members who were not born near Copper Creek will be the majority of the PAC. But on the sourcing of a new wolf release, are we going to another location to get different genetics, and are we going to a location that has no history of livestock depredations like British Columbia did?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Tutchin. The name, whether to retain the name of Copper Creek or not was certainly an item of discussion. I mean, I think there was, and I understand your point, that they're geographically they're no longer near Copper Creek. It is the same animals. It's the same breeding female and the same pups, yearlings now that were part of that litter in 2024. And so, that's it's a very unique situation, and I'm certain that there would have been criticisms of not being transparent if we tried to rename that pack too. So there was lots of different considerations in that, what to call that pack of animals. In terms of the sources of where animals are going to come from this year, we don't have any formal agreements at this point in time, but we're looking for animals that are not going to be. We hope to we were very successful with working with British Columbia last year, and that was a great relationship. We got animals that did not come from areas that overlapped with livestock, and so that was a beneficial aspect. So we don't have any details to share in terms of where those animals will come from this year, because we simply don't have those agreements in place right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Tutchin. Commissioner May.
Okay, thank you, Chair Reading. I think it's a testament to CPW's expertise and the science and their knowledge that here we are, there are 4 successful dens. And my question probably revolves around, at what point do we think about bringing in more wolves on top of these, puts undue pressure upon the ones that are here? And I use the example of the natural migrating male out of Walden, out of North Park, that was coming down into the Copper Creek area. And so my question is, when we continue to pile more in, and I know our plan calls for 30 to 50, but we continue to bring more in, isn't at some point there's an inflection point to where that creates pressure on the wolves that are here and is not beneficial? Is that ever a source of discussion?
Sir, yes. Thank you, Commissioner May. It certainly is, and a good point. And that's largely part of the reason as to why we're looking in the Southwest polygon this year. Part of the we've got wolves in the Northwest polygon, the Northwest region now, that are starting to defend territories, or starting to establish territories, and we'll begin to defend those. Reintroducing new wolves on top of those defended territories is a recipe for problems. That's not something we want to do. Also, in the kind of rudimentary analysis of the mortality, some of those animals going into Wyoming and getting shot there is not productive towards our goal of establishing a wolf population in the state. So looking to the southwest part of the polygon where there aren't established wolf packs, where south of I-70, which has not been impermeable, but it's not very permeable of a barrier for wolves. So we don't want to keep putting wolves on top of wolves, but there's still a lot of good wolf habitat in Colorado. And you're right, too, that the plan does say 3 to 5 years of 10 to 15 wolves. And so we're done with 2 years, and this would be our 3rd year.
Thank you, Eric. And one other thing, I know it was just a rumor, but I wondered if you had heard about that. I've only heard it through those sources, but there was actually a gray wolf from Colorado had gone into New Mexico. Is there any chance of that?
I'm not aware of that happening.
Okay, that's what I expected.
If that does happen, we have arrangements with Arizona and New Mexico that a wolf from Colorado that goes into any of those states that can be trapped and be brought back into back to Colorado for re-release there, and that's done entirely for the purposes of Mexican wolf genetics,
Right.
their recovery efforts.
So that was my question about, as we go into the southwest area more, we definitely increase the pressure or the danger of endangering the Mexican wolves.
Correct. Well, I mean, the likelihood of wolves going into New Mexico is greater than it is with wolves in the northwest part of the state.
Yeah, and I don't say this often enough, Eric, but as I started studying wolves years ago, and most of the research was on Mexican wolves, every time I'd get to the bottom of the cited references was Eric. So that's what we have with CPW.
I might just add to that, Chair May, that as we have animals that are radio collared that kind of get close to those borders, we start our communication with those neighboring states that we have that MOU with, so that we can start to collaborate and coordinate in the event that were to happen. We would be prepared and ready the best we could to kind of facilitate their capture and relocation back to Colorado.
Thank you. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor.
Jeez, clearly my old careers keep coming back every once in a while. Thank you, Chair. Question for you about just the formula in which putting new wolves on the ground causes multiplication of more wolves, right? So, and bear with me while I get this thought out. We know that the current wolves have a pack or so every how many months? 9 to 10 months?
How often will they reproduce?
Procreate, yeah.
Once a year.
Once a year,
Yeah.
okay. So knowing that and knowing that we have 4 dens now and that will just continue to keep multiplying, when do we become overpopulated in terms of too many wolves? And even if the plan says every year we're going to put 10 to 15 wolves on the ground, do we ever just wait and see because they're successful and they're not dying off and they're not how many is too many?
Yeah, good question. We very intentionally don't have a population objective in the plan. We don't say we're aiming for this number of wolves. I think one caution is to say, okay, if we have 4 packs this year, 4 dens this year, each of those has somewhere in the average 4 to 6 pups per year. On first glance, that looks like, wow, that's crazy. We're going to have 20 more animals. There's high mortality. Pup mortality is very high. And so we can't expect that certainly can't expect that all of those animals, maybe about half of those animals will survive through the year. So the rate at population growth will probably be slower than a very quick back of the envelope kind of calculation. That said, wolves they're productive. I mean, they do have relatively large litters. They do have at least some level of survival to the end of that year. So what we do have in the plan, since we don't have population objectives, is that we have recovery goals. And that was part of the requirement for us to go about that, is to say, when do we think we have a self-sustaining population of wolves? And those are minimum counts that will be reported in our annual report to move from not taking into consideration the federal status of wolves. They still remain state listed. To be downlisted from state endangered to state threatened is a minimum count at the end of the year of 50 for a period of 4 years. And then to be delisted, that's downlisting from state endangered to state threatened. To be delisted means a population of 150 I believe it's 150 animals for 2 years, or a population of 200 animals with no time constraint. And at that point, then they would be delisted and classified as a non-game species. And so that's when we get to that point of, where do we go from here? We're not there yet. And there's not a reason, we're still, even though this has been success and we've seen some good population growth in the last year, it's still, we're not at the point to start to think about, well, we're getting too big too quickly. We're not there yet.
So the continuation, and thank you for that answer, is very good. I think the continuation of that question is to do some back of the napkin math that is very not scientific, by the way. If we were to take half the population, so if we have 20 wolves and we take half that population and say 10 survived, that's still 5 couples, I would just say, that can then grow litters. Is that right?
No. So the way the pack structure will work, so there's 2 breeders, and then they've got a litter of 5 pups, just say. those pups will stay with that pack for the most part through that first year. They won't, most likely will not breed in their first spring, right? So a pup that was born spring of 2025 will not necessarily, they breed in February, give birth in April. A pup that was born in April of 2025 is very unlikely to breed in February of 2026. And so there's a lag to that. It's not as though you've got 20 more animals and those 20 animals, those 20 pups from this year are now going to pair and breed the next year. That's not going to happen. And so population growth will be slower than what would be played out in that scenario that you described.
That's very interesting. Thank you. I think one thing that I'd be interested in, and I don't know how we do this, but I'd be interested in some projections, I guess, of what it would look like based on data in 2020. I don't know, 8 or something, or whenever the plan says that in that 5 years, how many wolves we would have on the scene with a given median or mean of wolves surviving. It would just be interesting if that's the way you all do it scientifically.
It very much is, and we're getting data to be able to do that, right? With last year we had one litter of pups, one pack. Now we've got 4 packs, and so we can put some of those numbers that are good monitoring programs that are collecting a lot of those data to use those data. You can do it in a very theoretical sense, but as we have data, we can use that to actually come up with somewhat of an empirical evidence effort to show what population growth might look like. It's a model, it's a guess, but it does give some ideas as to what that might look like.
Happy to have you all on our team, and thank you. I think we can say with authority that you have introduced these wolves well in our state and carried out what the people of Colorado asked you to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
And might I just prompt Mr. Odell to talk a little bit about the importance of numbers as it relates to genetics as well?
Wolves, there's a lot of interesting things to talk about with that. So if we were to, I think what you're trying to say is if we were to stop reintroduction now, then we're stuck with a founding effect of a population that's relatively small, right? So having more animals, bringing more animals in that represent a broader, more diverse genetic population is really important, especially for a founding population. And so what we have now is we've reintroduced 15 this year, 10 the previous year, a total of 25 plus a couple that have migrated in naturally. It's a very, very small population. That's kind of exactly, well, that's not exactly, but that's what the Mexican wolf program is dealing with, where they have a founding population of less than 10 animals. And so they're dealing with genetic issues. And so maintaining a good, or starting a population with a good genetically diverse, numerically diverse number of animals is really key to long-term success.
Thank you. Commissioner Jacober.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to reiterate, there's a lot of negativity talked about the wolf program, but I think in every meeting I mentioned that I feel like there's a lot of successes. And we see that, and I see that biologically, and as well as the work that has been done to protect livestock, where it has been successful. A couple questions. How come the investigations do take so long? Do we know?
I don't have an answer to that. That's a question for
Well, that's
service.
easy. So, and then with the success I was just talking about, I don't hear about a lot of depredations being caused outside of the Copper Creek Pack. Is that actually the case, or do I just not hear about them?
I'd have to probably have our Northwest Region staff come up to let us kind of know what type of investigations they have going on right now. Certainly, I don't think those are the only ones. I think there are other kind of investigations happening as well.
Yeah, I've heard there's other investigations. It just doesn't seem as alarming, I guess. And with that said, maybe from a scientific rather than an emotional kind of response that we hear a lot about, and a lot of assumptions about the Copper Creek Pack and their behaviors, and their have trained to eat livestock. And is that how you feel from a scientific standpoint things are actually going, or has it been circumstance, or do we feel like they have learned to target livestock?
I don't know. I think, they're not preying solely on livestock. There's lots of examples of them killing and eating native ungulates as well. And so it's not as though it's become that's all that they do. They have done a good job at finding the native prey that are there and doing that as well.
Yeah, I've seen that and heard that. Okay, and then I think that would be really good for kind of the public and also myself to hear is, for instance, the blacked out videos, right? Why is there so much secrecy surrounding the wolf program? And I continue to hear like on a daily basis or several times a day basis communication from both sides, the producers and from landowners and from pro-wolf people, that they feel like it's just not transparent and they're not warned. And where does the secrecy stem from? I think on a broad kind of level, I think it would be helpful for all of us to kind of understand that.
Thanks for that. I'm not sure what you mean by the blacked out videos.
Oh, the movement videos that were blacked out in the back rather than on a map.
Yeah, I mean, a variety of reasons that we don't want to. I mean, it's sensitive data. It shows, someone could figure out where den sites are, where sensitive locations are for wolves, and I mean, not from both sides. To do something undesirable to wolves, to do something negative towards wolves, or to see wolves and to cause trespass issues as well. There are limitations as what we can and can't share for private land data as well. The wolves don't obviously use just public lands, and so there's some constraints that way too. And so, so all of those reasons come into why why we chose to put a black background on that and not to provide that geographic reference, to protect the wolves, to protect the landowners, and to protect ourselves too from what our statutory obligations are. I hope that part of what I wanted to convey, and especially in showing 2516's movements, that the green animal that covered 2,500 miles in the last 6 months, it's hard. Like if an animal is at a particular point in time, we get an upload of those GPS points, what do? How much energy or how much stress and strife do you bring to talk to a landowner to say, hey, there's a wolf in your area, in your watershed, or in your allotment, knowing full well that 24 hours from now the animal could be 50 miles to the west. I mean, so it is a balance. And so having that context to say, well, if there's a wolf that's localizing, you saw that other animal that was moving around a fair bit would stop, localize a little bit. That's a point in time where we would be outreaching and talking to producer groups and individual producers to say, hey, look, something's happening, just to be aware. And that all of our district wildlife managers have access to the data. They have the same access to data that I have. And so there is no straining of information there. They have the ability to use those data and interpret that into information that can then be shared with producers to be as proactive. But it also balancing, how much communication is too much, or you can certainly have too little communication, but you can also have too much communication, I think, in some ways, because, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, you can communicate that a wolf is in an area, and then the next day it's gone, and that producer is still thinking, I've got a wolf in my backyard.
Yeah, thank you. I think I've understood that, but I think it's really, go ahead, Brian.
Well, I think it's also important to understand that wolves aren't the only animals that we have collars on and GPS location data on. And we have a very similar policy as it relates to, in fact, in many ways, restrictive. We have mountain lions collared within the state of Colorado. We have deer, we have elk, and we protect those data the same way because they are sensitive. And I think for a lot of reasons that's the case. And so I will say that it's not any different than the way in which we treat other data within CPW as well.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's important for people to know that because it gets questioned all the time. Two other things. So the ungulate studies, we watch a lot of it on our place. And like I continue to go back to, I wouldn't do that to my cows, the stress. How do we kind of feel like the collaring stress? Is it worth it? I mean, is that science that we need to actually collar them, or can we do it other ways? I feel strongly about that because I watch it happen. And like I said, I wouldn't treat my own livestock that way, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good, thank you for that question. All of our kind of research projects do kind of go through our animal care and use guidelines to try and minimize stress, minimize all of that the best that we can. You know, in many instances, there's not a lot of great ways to kind of get this survival level data that we really need. In a lot of our forecasting of, let's say, elk abundance or deer abundance, we really need to know kind of what survival looks like through some of kind of those critical periods to understand how many hunting licenses we can issue, you know, what the trend in the population is, all of those really important questions. Certainly, if there's technologies out there that we could utilize that kind of is a little less invasive, we would explore those. It's just not necessarily been kind of our standard. You know, what we do in many ways is kind of the gold standard for survival monitoring.
Okay, perfect. One last thing. The wolves that may go to New Mexico, we have an agreement to re-release them here. I'm wondering if there's not some sort of way we could make an agreement that if we have wolves that come down here and we're having issues with, can we send them back to where they came from?
From the animals that we reintroduced, could we bring them back to? No, that's not part of the agreement.
I know it's not. I'm wondering if in the future, if there's a possibility there. Just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner. More questions? Seeing none, thank you guys for a great presentation. A lot of interesting and good data there. We are at recess, but I want to remind the commission that we have a community dinner right here at the Convention Center at 6 p.m. in Colorado 2. And with that, we are recessed till tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.